Good morning and welcome to the beautiful Kowloon Cricket Club for this historic match between KCC and MCC. Yes, that MCC in town to play a big game this Friday against KCC. They'll also be playing a Hong Kong 11 on Sunday. But the KCC game on the Friday, we can update you and let you know KCC have won the toss, elected to field. So the two batters for MCC going out in the middle, Simon Philbrook and Warren Miller. Simon going capless, helmetless. Brave move when we're heading towards 30 degrees here in Hong Kong. I believe Simon lives in Thailand, so he might be used to this. There he is at the non-strikers end. Warren Miller on strike. Looks like Roy Lamsam will open up the bowling from the pavilion end. We've got about 90 overs of exciting action here from KCC. Just here Mike with his trolley, removing the beautiful pastries we had pre-game here. Looks like KCC starting with 4 slips, 3 of them on screen and another one, a whitish 4th slip, point. Cover mid off, got a whitish mid on and a fine leg, so looks like a 7-2 offside field to start with for Roy. And the batting pair out there for MCC, flying in graciously from Thailand for Simon and Malaysia for Warren. Plenty of players flying in for this match. That one goes straight through to the keeper, Baswani. Run through the KCC list. Get it up. Let's start with the MCC list actually, as we can see out the moon. Simon Philbrook from Thailand at the non-strikers end. Warren Miller on strike. Again, lets that one go through to the keeper. KCC's Chris Carter, Nigel Shroff, both playing for MCC today. Adam Caddy from the UK. And that name sounds familiar to Kowloon Cricket Club members. Brother of Ashley. From HKCC, Tom Ingram. Flying in from Singapore, Jeremy O'Neill and Jack Mayton. Also from Thailand, Ryan Driver. Bat on ball, that goes to that gully 4th slip region. And from HKCC also, Tom Hicks. And then a couple of KCC players to round out the MCC 11. Dan Pascoe and Ash Caddy. Lamsam in again over the wicket. And again, shoulders, arms, a little bit of a hop to follow it outside off. 1 ball remaining, 5 dots. Experienced players, so no rush. There's about 90 overs at least. The plan, maybe up to 95 today. Timed game. Bat on ball that time to finish out the over. That's a maiden. MCC none for none after 1. The captain for KCC today, Wakas Barkat, with ball in hand, and I don't think I've seen this before, but Wakas is going to bowl pace. Gets a bit of outswing there as well to start with. Noted spinner, but today going the medium paces. Wakas getting it to swing both ways at the moment with his medium paces. That one eased onto the leg side. Waiting for the call from umpire Troy Vasher. Leg buys, first runs for the MCC. Yet to get any runs off the bat. Simon Philbrook gets down the other end, and Warren Miller back on strike to face the final two deliveries of the second over. Oh, big swing outside off as it shaped away. No bat on ball. Similar field setup, just the two on the leg side for KCC. Warren walks away from that one, not ready. Final delivery of the second. Oh, the hands on head from Wakas Barkat as that shaped a long way back in, was close to the top of off stump. Just the one by leg by coming from that over. And after two, MCC won for the loss of no wicket. Alarms hum to continue from the pavilion end. Maiden to start with. That one's shaping away as well. Continuing with the dots. Gets more movement, fuller this time. Simon just signalling how it shaped away. Another one through to the keeper, racking up the dot balls again. Roy with 11 to start with. Final delivery. Oh, that one shaped back in. Good delivery. Maiden again. After 3, MCC XI for no loss.
Good boys, very good.
Waka's Baka to continue from the bowling club end with these medium paces. Oh, that's gone up in the air over the infield. Runs to be had. First runs off the bat. And it's a boundary. Miller, this time getting onto it. The fuller delivery. Races down towards the training nets. And that one dots up. And more runs on the offside, crunched in front of point. 2 boundaries this over as MCC start to get some runs on the board. That one flicked onto the leg side, doesn't carry up to mid-on. Sunny Bimsaria picks up and Miller gets through for a single. 9 off the first 4 deliveries and MCC now into double figures. Simon Philbrook now on strike. Leaves that one go. Might be wanting to be careful of his top of off stump there, Simon. Wakas has got a few to really cut back in. Know a whole lot about that one. It sort of squared him up safely through. 2 dots to finish. A good over for MCC. 9 coming from it, and they are 10 after 4. Lumps up into his 3rd over from the pavilion end. String of dots, that's 13 now. If you're watching in on KCC YouTube, thanks for joining us this morning. Jump in the comments if you like. Squares him up that time. Full on the toes, chopped it into the boot. Another dot. One's outside off, left alone by Miller. Went big last over, a couple of boundaries. Goes the full one again, but shapes away. Front foot out a long way for Miller to protect the stumps. Lost count, 17 dots now for Roy. Bowling very nicely. Similar effort, similar result, and another maiden. 3 maidens to start with for Roy Lam Sam, and after 5, MCC XI for the loss of no wicket. Yes, everybody's appealing. Umpire Shroy Vasha is unmoved. Philbrook survives. Seen Wakas moving the ball around. One similar. Just darts away at the last moment, moving, getting good shape. Head coach of Kowloon Cricket Club, Wakas. And now runs. Philbrook's first runs off the bat, racing away down towards the rope. Might have been flicked back in there right at the last moment. It was get through for 2. Taran Lingani, the youngster, doing the work down there on the ropes, chasing it down beautifully. I saw Taran's dad yesterday. And he's walked. That's the first wicket to fall. MCC lose their first after getting some runs. Simon Philbrook is out. And MCC are 12 for 1. Walks off for 2, Simon Philbrook. And that will bring KCC's Chris Carter to the crease at number 3. Marcus Bargat got taken for some runs in his second over, but strikes in his third. A confident appeal earlier. 2 runs off the bat from Simon and then immediately walks. There it is, through to the keeper, Vaswani. Vikash Vaswani with the gloves on for KCC, and when MCC come out to field, we'll see this man on screen, Chris Carter, with the wicketkeeper gloves on. Watches that one through, outside off. Not the one that cuts back in.
Very nice, Marcus. Try again, boys. Come in here, boys. Stay on it, boys. Try again here, boys. Yeah, Waxy.
Big delivery to finish it off. Very close to the outside edge of Carter's bat. Wakas with a successful over. After 6, MCC a 12 for 1. Roy Lums up to continue from the pavilion end. 3 overs, none for none. That's right, 18 dot balls if you're just joining us from Roy. And he's in again. Confident drive. Inside edges it back to Roy for a dot. Again, full, hit hard, still can't beat the field. Sonny Bimsaria there at mid-off, protecting that very short boundary back to the pavilion. Full. Oh, that was very close to going into the mids, but instead it's been driven for 4 into the short boundary. Crunched and another boundary to Miller. This time watches it through with the first runs coming off. The bowling of Lamsum this over. More dots again. Three slips and Gully in place still. The new ball still nipping about. And again, beautiful delivery. And this one onto the hips, so just gets the single, will retain strike. And after 7, MCC a 17 for 1. First over with runs coming from it for Roy Lambsum, 5 off it. Run rate 2.43 at the moment. Not a worry, plenty of overs in this long game today in the heat. KCC electing to field after winning the toss. Interesting choice given how warm it's going to be out there today for everybody. So the MCC players at the moment sitting over in the tent to our left, enjoying a nice cup of water or tea. Wakas to continue, the wicket taker. Oh, gets good bounce and good carry through, shaping away again off the wicket. KCC have a Premier League game coming up in 2 and a bit weeks. Maybe Wakas needs to go back to the medium paces. This one here strays onto the leg side. Eased off the hips for another single. Miller continuing along nicely. 15 off 26. And Chris Carter back on strike. The towel in the back, yet to get off the mark. 25.7 degrees, so it's quite nice out there in the middle. Today, only expecting a top of 29, it says in Jordan. Oh, Chris dabs the bat at it, pulls it away.
Very nice, Wacky.
Obviously, these two would have faced each other plenty of times in the nets.
Boy, that's away.
I have to ask Chris when he eventually comes off whether he's ever faced Wakas's medium paces.
Work your magic here, Wacky.
That's Matt Chappell asking Wacky to weave his magic.
Wacky, good, good.
He's down backward square on the ropes near the effects microphone.
Pitched out there, Wacky.
Shorter this time, pulled onto the leg side where there are only two players, and that's not going to be cut off by any of them. Races into the rope for 4.
Go again, Wacky boy.
Watch on the replay.
Go good.
I cut back in again. It was outside off, well outside off when it pitched, and then cut back in towards middle and off, but well played by Carter to get off the mark with the boundary. And stands up on this one. It's the body behind it. There's more movement. Final delivery of the 8th.
Go, Wacky.
That one goes straight through to Vikash, and a dot to end with. 5 runs coming off this over as well. And after 8, MCC 22 for 1. Lamsum to continue from the pavilion end. 4 overs, 3 maidens. 5 runs coming from his previous over, but back to dots. Comes a long way forward. Uses it to extra cover. Big appeal. Newly minted umpire James Robinson at the pavilion end, giving this one not out. I was hit well outside off. With the shouldered arms though, asked them the question, no shot played, no shot offered. Gets away with it and decides to attack on the next one, crunches it straight back. Down to long on for 4. Very, very close to getting the LBW, but then this one a bit fuller. This one eased to backward point. Sonny picks up. Final delivery of Lamsum's 5th over. And this one's just going to be tip and run onto the leg side. Matt Chappell does the fielding. They get through safely for the single. Miller will retain strike. 9 overs done. MCC 27 for 1. Been told we're doing 75-minute sessions, so the first drinks break will be coming up in about 45 minutes time. Started bang on 10 a.m. I see all the MCC players to my left. Tom Ingram's there, Ash Caddy, Tom Hicks going for a walk around the boundary. The MCC boys confident that this partnership's going to stick together. They've left a couple. Nigel Schroff's padded up, ready to come in at number 4 it looks like. And Pascoe not interested in the walk. Waka's bucket will continue from the bowling club end. This one pushed behind square. Vikash does the keeping work himself. Leg buys off the pads. Carter back on strike. Took Wakas for a boundary in the previous over from this end. And stands up on this one. Dribbles out to Lungani at point. Again, pushed on to the leg side. This one has some bat on it from Carter, so he gets another run to his score. Miller back on strike on 20. The MCC team has found the effects microphone. Hopefully they keep the conversation decent. I'm sure they will. And that's cut in the air, but over the top of point. Not even bothering to run there. Miller racing away. 4 runs. That's his 5th boundary now, Miller. Looking good. Wakas again crunched on the offside. Can't beat Sonny Bimsaria, looks like there. It's Farouk, in fact. Keep begging Farouk to put his blue shoes back on so I can recognise him on the far fielding position. But they've gone, he's told me. They're not coming back. I've got my own now. Own Farouk blue shoes. As Miller for defence. Finishes with a dot. 6 runs coming from the 10th. MCC got that run rate up to 3.3 now. They're 33 for 1.
Suddenly we rocked up and people were a little bit, never mind.
An early Manhattan or a Hong Kong, as podcast host Bodders on the 8 for 52 podcast would say. Carter on strike on 5. The partnership 21. Handy partnership. And change in bowling from the pavilion end. Roy's going to have a rest. Devang Bolsara. And punched away on the leg side, I should say, behind square. 4 runs off the bat. Carter not even bothering to run. Still got that 7-2 offside field. Was about to mention that Devang, coming off that huge Sunday Elite Division 2 game against the Opties with a 4-fer. Should have been a 5-fer. Young Will Walsh dropping a catch with 2 balls remaining to rob Devung of his Michelle. He starts with a loosener and Carter puts him away to the boundary. Devung comes in again. Gets some good bounce this time. Saw it stay low from Roy. Devung getting that one to bounce into this nice dry pitch. Not a lot of grass out there, you can see. Probably one of the driest pitches I've seen at KCC. At least lack of grass. Nice looking pitch by head groundsman Amanat. Carter defends that off stump. Ooh, I say, tries to ease it, maybe behind point, but dabs it down. Safely nowhere near the off stump, but don't want to be doing that too often. Runs through to second slip. Oh, hit hard. No run. Beautiful blue skies, sunshine today for this game after a week of cloud here in Hong Kong. After going for a boundary off the first ball, Bolsara backs it up with 5 dots, and after 11, the MCC XI 37 for 1. Never got round to running through the KCC 11, so we'll do that now after 11. And the captain, as mentioned earlier, Wakas Barkat, Hamza Jawad, Matt Chappell, Roy Lamsam, Sunny Bimsaria, Vikash Vashwani with the wicket-keeping gloves on. Devung Bolsara, who just bowled that previous over, Farouk Saeed, Taran Lungani, Eddie T, and Moksh Vashwani. It's good to see Eddie Tear out there. Plays in my KCC Knights team. He gets lots of points for being over 50, might be over 60 in fact. Out there today on a Friday, not playing for the Knights in the Masters League, playing against MCC as Wakas Barkat continues, and that's hit high in the air, long way down, no one down there as it races into cow corner for 4. Say it's hot work out there. The temperature continues to rise, but Miller's doing it the way you should. There's 6 boundaries to his name now. No need to run for those ones, even if you're picking out the longest boundary at KCC. Medium pacer Wakas not happy with that one. Sixth over for Wakas. Fuller this time. Driven very straight. Nicely played. Will get cut off. That is Eddie Te coming in to do the fielding. Exceptional cricketer he is. Bats, bowls and fields like a 20-year-old. Carter on strike. Tries to cut it through the offside, but continuing with that packed offside field, so tough to get it. We saw Miller go over the top instead. Good ball there from Wakas.
Stay
Going around the field here. Just the one camera, so describe where everyone is. At mid-off is Eddie Tse. Farouk Saeed at extra cover. Carter comes down, tries to chop over the infield, but cannot clear Devang Balsara, who's sitting there at cover, and the second wicket falls for MCC. Said it's hard to pierce the field. Going over the top is an option, but that one did not clear Devang. Carter out for 9. Going to the crease at number 4, it is Nigel Schroff. Going around the fielding positions, and I didn't even get to cover where Devang was lurking, waiting for that catch. Bowled the previous over, got hit for 4 by, it was Carter hit that one, and gets revenge. So with the new batter, Nigel Schroff coming to the crease. Devang's gone into first slip there with the floppy hat on next to Vikash. So Mox Vashwani in second slip, Roy Lumsum in third, in gully, Sunny Bimsaria, Taran Langani at point, and Farouk Saeed's come almost on camera, he's in that close on the offside. Drives that one nice to Eddie, but we'll get off the mark with a single for Nigel. End of another successful over for Waqas Barkat. He's got 2 wickets now. And after 12, MCC 43 for 2. Devang, man with the catch, starts with the ball now to Nigel Schroff. As I said, took a 4-for last Sunday. So just the straight switch really, with Devang ball in hand, so Waqas has gone into first slip. Oh, whipped away very nicely. Pivoted on it beautifully there. Schroff gets his first boundary just backward of square. Good comeback ball from Devang. Oh, fancy footwork. Wants to give up cricket. He can always perhaps go play some football. At the moment, cricket's his game and he's playing well. He also scored winning runs on Sunday with the bat. True all-rounder. That one well outside off, left alone. Final delivery of the 13th. Gets some good bounce again as Nigel shoulders arms. 4 runs coming from the 13th. MCC creeping towards that half-ton mark. They're 47 for 2. Eddie Chair coming into the attack from the bowling club end as Wakas takes a break. So Hamza Joy there, hoping we can get the field correct. First time a new bowler has come on from the pavilion end in 13 overs as captain of the KCC XI, Wakas Bakat, down here near our commentary position at deep mid wicket. Eddie goes over the wicket, starts at the dot. Miller out there, 41 deliveries faced for his 29. He's looked rock solid. Opening the batting, Warren Miller. Coming in from Malaysia, I'll have to find out which part of Malaysia. I assume it's Kuala Lumpur, but assumptions make an ass out of you and me, so I'll get confirmation on that later on, where all the international players have come in from. We already seen Simon Philbrook opening the batting from Thailand. Got some from the UK and Singapore coming up as well. Loves his cricket, Eddie. Playing for a long time. His daughter also plays. And he's got a wicket straight through onto middle and off. The bails light up and Eddie gets his first. Miller goes for 29. And MCC lose their third. The top 3 back in the sheds now. Beautiful delivery this one is. Miller deciding it's time to attack. Winds up and it goes inside the bat. Shaping in. And Miller departs for 29. Everyone taking the opportunity to have a quick drink in this heat. Still got another 25 minutes to the drinks break. just got confirmation Warren Miller does live in Kuala Lumpur. And a fine innings he had opening the batting today. Top score at the moment with more than half the runs for the MCC XI. 47 for 3. Jeremy O'Neill from Singapore coming out to bat at number 5. He's got to face the final delivery. Betty says first, on target. Fingers crossed, no commentator's curse. And he's on target for a wicket maiden. Saw Roy Lamsam start with 3 maidens from the pavilion end. No success. All the wickets coming from the bowling club end so far. 2 to Wakas, now 1 to Eddie. O'Neill's on strike and ready. And he just pushes that behind point. No run, and that will be a wicket maiden for Eddie to start with. A great start in this KCC versus MCC game for him. And after 14, MCC are still 47, but now they're 3 down. See the run rate there, it's coming along nicely, no hurry, no urgency. Just need to keep the wickets under control for MCC as Devang continues. You heard going through that KCC lineup today, not a lot of pace. That's why Wakas is bowling his medium paces. They've got him, Devang, Roy, Eddie bowling his slow mediums as well. The rest in the lineup is spin, so that's why Wakas made the change. Successful change with 2 wickets to his name. That's a good delivery. Has Nigel Shroff slashing outside off. Oh, and again, chance, yes, got him, got the edge. Nigel walks, the 4th wicket falls. Shroff out for 5. MCC 47 for 4. Similar delivery, this time finding the edge. Oh, Sarah gets Shroff. Didn't get the front foot all the way forward and just packs the bat up underneath. He knows he got the edge before umpire Robertson's finger even had to go up. And Shroff departs, and the KCC player comes to the dugout and coming out. HKCC player looks like Tom Ingram coming to the crease for MCC. His team at 47 for 4. And confirmation there in the middle with the blue helmet on, Tom Ingram. Coming in, number 6. See some of the MCC members down there at the side screens behind the keeper, watching on. It's Warren Miller down there in front, just letting him know how it's going out there. He was out there for about 45 balls. Another good delivery from Devang. Maybe today's the day he gets his Michelle. Missed out on Sunday. He's got another game on Sunday as well, so he can't bowl too many. Not a game for KCC XI against the The MCC's got a game grand final for the Sunday Div 2. This time Tom lets it go through. Yeah, big grand final. Cricket Hong Kong Sunday Elite Division 2 final. Wanderers v KCC Infidels. Winner going up to Division 1 next year. Infidels have been so close over the past half decade. Can they finally break the curse and get up to Div 1? Yeah. Oh, he strayed that one. He just flicked the pad actually, so saved it from a wide, and that's a wicket maiden as well. That's back-to-back wicket maidens. I believe it is. Well done to KCC 11, and after 15, MCC are 47 for 4. Eddie, after his wicket maiden has been dragged from the lineup, a bit harsh, having a rest. They're going to try Matt Chappell now from the bowling club end. Sharing the ball around. And he won over one maiden, one for none. His wicket maiden is now sitting at mid-off, and Matt Chappell roll the arm over the wicket, right arm. Oh, gets a leading edge just to the side of first slip. Both new batters out the middle for MCC. Jeremy O'Neill from Singapore. Ingram's faced 3 balls, yet to get off the mark as well. A big partnership required between these two. Chappell dances in, another one. Gets through to the keeper this time. Hard to see how much spin Chappell's getting with the camera angle. Vikash up to the stumps, of course. Keeping O'Neill honest to start with. Gives that one some air. Just drifts on through, another dot. So we've had back-to-back wicket maidens and now 3 dot balls to start with. KCC tightening the screws on the MCC 11 at the moment. Finding it hard to find runs, losing a couple of wickets. And that one's bowled him. He's got a wicket. Another wicket falls. It's taken the leg stump this time. O'Neill can't believe it. He's looking back, looking forward. How did that get through onto the leg stump? But it did. And Chappell gets a wicket. And MCC 47 for 5. This delivery from Chappell. He's just missed it all there, O'Neill. On leg stump there to be swept, but got through. Took the leg stump, the bails light up. O'Neill out for a duck, and MCC 47 for 5. Time for our UK player for the MCC to go to the crease, Adam Caddy, coming in at number 7. A successful end so far, all 5 wickets falling from the bowling club end. Wakas the captain today for KCC, a very happy man. Adam Caddy on strike from the UK. Brother, of course, of KCC Director of Cricket, Ash Caddy. And we'll see with the bat later on. And especially with the ball. 2 balls remaining in the 16th. Lots of catching positions now. Sunny at first slip. Wakas just to his right. Comes Chappell. Front foot forward, bat on ball, another dot. Don't tell me we're going to have the 3rd consecutive wicket maiden. Not sure I've ever called one of those before, a hat-trick of wicket maidens. Gives it lots of air. We thought about a run on the leg side, not happening. It is a hat-trick of wicket maidens. After 16, MCC remain on 47. Now they're 5 down. Well, that would be why Eddie Tare was taken out of the attack after his 1 wicket maiden. He's going to bowl from the pavilion end. He's got one of those wickets in the KCC wicket maiden hat-trick. Tom Ingram from Hong Kong Cricket Club on strike. Yet to get off the mark. We got through a bit fast on Tom. Leading edge, Roy. Sitting at gully. See Dan Pascoe with the pads on for MCC. He's coming in at number 8. Shorter, given the treatment. That car's in danger. That's going to be the first maximum of the day. Ingram getting off the mark in style. Putting it over the ropes. And he going the shorter one. Ingram says thank you very much, pulling it from outside off, straight through mid-wicket. He's hit it so far. Currently, we can't find the ball. There's one player up there I can't see, and I think Taran Langani's dad, Neil, is up there as well. They've found it. Ball is back out on the ground. Somebody has parked their car over there. And it's in danger. 23 balls to bring up the 50 for MCC. 23 balls in a row since the last runs off the bat, or any runs for that matter, breaking the string of wicket maidens. But it gets Tom off the mark and does bring up the 50 for MCC. And this one, Fuller, strays down leg. How far is it going to run? Looks like he's going to run all the way. Just buys. Well, after that string of dots and wickets, all of a sudden, 10 runs on the board after on 2 deliveries. Back to the dot balls now from Eddie. onto the thigh pad. In quickly from square to keep it to another dot. And that's hit hard. That's going to be a boundary as well. It's just a matter of what boundary, a maximum boundary it is. Ingram with 2 maximums in the over. And that is the end of the 17th. MCC moved to 63 for 5. Good over for MCC, 16 coming from it, I should say. All of a sudden raced from 47 to 63 for 5 after 17. Chappell to continue after his wicket maiden from the bowling club end. Oh, just dabbed nicely in the gully region. Devang has a shy, but safely through for a single. That gets Caddy off the mark and down the non-striker's end in the big hitting Tom Ingram, who was yet to get off the mark last over, now on 12. Chappell to Ingram, who watches this one. Hit straight back to Chappell. It was timed nicely, so bobbles on through. No damage done. That one's hit hard as well, and it's hit hard straight. That's going to be another boundary to Ingram. 6 and a 6 and a 4 to move to 16. And that one's gone crunch as well. They had protection, didn't matter. Behind square, one bounce over the ropes for another 4. Ingram on the march for MCC. Goes big again, no one down there. One bounce, 2 bounces over the rope for another boundary. A hat-trick of boundaries to end off the 18th and MCC 76 for 5. We had a hat-trick of wicket maidens. Now we've had a hat-trick of 4s from Tom Ingram. Coming straight off the middle. Bang. Straight over, long on. Races into the ropes. And Ingram now 24 off 14. This is quite a handy partnership between these two. It's 29. 24 of them from Ingram. 4 buys and 1 run to Caddy, who's just been a spectator out there. He'll be on strike. Eddie Tse, who had a wicket maiden to start with and then copped some stick in the previous over from the pavilion end, will continue. Here's the short one. Poked beautifully behind point. Work to do for Taran Langani. He's quick because he's young. And a little fumble allows them to get back for 2. The runs starting to flow for MCC. By memory, they were 47 for 2, they were 47 for 3, 47 for 4, 47 for 5, now 76 for 5. And that's another short one. Can't pick the gap on the offside though. Farouk looking at extra cover. Ooh, it was well taken by Vikash. Perhaps didn't see Caddy out of his crease. Caddy very quickly spun, got the bat back down inside. Not far away from the drinks break here. Might be one more over after this one. Another one straying down the leg side, but legal delivery from umpire Robinson, playing the format. Down leg's okay, not too far. That one's right on the toes. Chopped out to mid-wicket. Chappell does the fielding. More dots. 1 ball remaining in the 19th. Bit of an effort ball from Eddie, and Caddy just eases it through square leg for a single to finish off. He'll move to 4 and retain strike. 19 done. 1 over remaining before the drinks break. And MCC 79 for 5. Chappell to continue. And Caddy watches that one, left to go through to the keeper. Good solid defence comes forward. Bat right next to pad. Say this first session has gone to KCC, but a very good fight back between these two out in the middle. 32 run partnership. Just what MCC required. They have delivered so far. Just need to survive the next 4 deliveries, get through to drinks. Floating one gets through this time, but outside off. It's nothing on it. Thought about dabbing it through perhaps gully, but Waka's waiting there. Devang also a backward point. He'd have to pick the gap. Perhaps wisely thought, just get through to drinks, see off the next 2 deliveries. Leave it alone outside off. exactly what he does on this delivery. Front pad forward. Not a lot of spin on offer at the moment for Chappell. It's more the drift, float in. Got that wicket already. Taking the leg stump of O'Neill. Ingram giving Chappell a little bit of advice. Finish off this over. Gives him a floater that needs to be played. Push back to the bowler. Let's wait for the umpires to signal drinks, but the batters are coming off, and indeed, drinks break here at Kowloon Cricket Club. It is KCC 11 versus MCC 11. KCC winning the toss, electing to field, and they've had a good first session, getting 5 wickets, sharing them around. 4 from the bowling club end and 1 wicket to Bolsara from the pavilion end, and 2 wickets to Barkat, and that nice 29 for Miller to start with, and a handy partnership forming now between Tom Ingram and Adam Caddy. We'll have a look at the bowling card as well. Opening the bowling, Lam Simon Barkat with 2 for 27. And everybody else getting a wicket as well, Devang, Eddie and Matt Chappell. We'll have a quick drinks break here at KCC. Join us on the other side for the second session of this match between Kowloon Cricket Club 11 and the MCC 11. Welcome back to Kowloon Cricket Club. Aaron Bush with you. Drinks break over. You can see the summary at the moment. KCC on top with 5 wickets, but a big fight back by those two out in the middle. Tom Ingram on strike. Adam Caddy at the non-strikers end. A 32-run partnership keeping MCC in this game. They'll be playing again on Sunday as well, MCC against a Hong Kong 11. Eddie Che to continue from the bowling club end. Bit of shape back in that time. 2 slips in place. Seen some big hitting from Ingram, and he gets a short one. Goes big again. That Volvo's in trouble. Well, it goes all the way. I think it missed the car. Only just, though. That was another big 6 from Tom Ingram. He moves to 30 off 15. Strike rate at 200. Saw Eddie drop this one in too short. Seen Tom latch onto those ones quickly. Just admiring his work there, Tom Ingram. He was a guest on the 8 for 52 podcast just recently. Talking Jinsung cricket. Want to find that episode, go to Spotify or Apple Podcasts and type in the numbers 8/52 8 for 52 podcast weekly. A good one this week as well. I had a Zoom conversation with Hong Kong China head coach Simon Willis from Oman, talking ACC Premier, finding out about a couple of injuries over there before the game starts, which is today in fact. I think it's about 6:30 Hong Kong time. We'll be at a function tonight for this MCC tournament. Might have the phone going in the background, keeping an eye on the boys playing Qatar in the first game of the ACC Premier Cup. And goes big again, doesn't get all of it, but picks the gap. Races away down to our old commentary position for 4. Thought at one point there it might be a chance of a catch, but flew over the top of Chappell's head. He got more of it than I originally thought. Ingram, not here for a long time, here for a good time. 34 off 18. Bang. One jarred the wrist a little. Full. Good delivery this time. Punched to mid-off. No run. That's the end of the over. 10 coming from it. MCC after 21 or 89 for 5. Matt Chappell will continue from the bowling club end. 3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 13 so far. Caddy on strike. Just been sitting back and watching the big hitting of Tom Ingram. Adam Caddy coming in from the UK to join this MCC lineup. Big stride forward. Gets the dot. Adam Caddy coming in from London. It's a nice long flight. Joining the family. 2 caddies playing today. Of course, Adam's brother is the director of cricket here at KCC, but will be donning the blue MCC cap today. Starting with some dots. That one will be runs in front of point. Devang chasing it down. Will cut it off just down near the ropes. Back for 2. Caddy with a couple of 2s and a couple of singles to get to his 6. Nice full floating one from Chappell. Gets back to the dot balls. Final delivery on the 22nd. And goes big, goes straight over square leg, umpire's head, and gets his first boundary. Caddy moves to 10. MCC moved to 95 for 5 after 22. Chappell straying onto the leg stump. It's how he got his first wicket, but this time Caddy gets lots of bat on it. And gets another boundary in the books for MCC. This battle between Eddie Chair and Tom Ingram will continue. Drops anything short, that Volvo again is going to be in danger. It's nice and full to start with. Oh, that came straight out of the middle. He's going to get through for a quick single. It's a rare single for Ingram. Just timing it beautifully, straight out of the middle. Looking in good form. Tom Ingram plays in many teams. As I said, he was on the 8 for 52 podcast talking Craig and Gowan Jinsung with Elliot Andrews. Also the captain of Hong Kong Cricket Club Wanderers. So he'll be playing in that big Div 2 final on Sunday as well, up the hill. Oh, a big leading edge pops up. Caddy might have done well there to get back in his crease. How you do with bunny ears. It's kind of got in the way of Vikash Vashwani with the gloves on, trying to catch that one. So if Vikash had gone around the off stump instead of the leg stump, he might have got there, but Caddy survives. Good ball from Eddie. That's the shorter one. It's cut hard, but can't get past the infield. Farouk Saeed there. Oh, and again, pops up off the pad, no run. He's bowling well. Eddie to Adam. Troubled him a couple of times. Big leading edge earlier, was very lucky to survive. MCC don't want to lose another wicket. Moving towards the 3-figure mark. Wanted to run on the offside again to Farouk Saeed. No run happening, just the single off that over. 23 done. About halfway through in this 90 to 95 over match. And with 5 wickets down, MCC are 96. Chapel to continue into his 5th over. 2 maidens, 1 for 19. Ingram on strike. Rare single for him last over. Leaves that one well alone outside off. Winds up on that one, and it's got through the field. It's going all the way down towards the scoreboard. Another boundary for Ingram, and that brings up the 50 partnership between these two. $4.53, the partnership between these two now. Ingram moves to 39. Goes big again. Going to have another boundary. No change in field. Not putting anyone back. In fact, everybody inside what would be a normal circle. So he goes crunch again. He's going to have a hat trick of 4s. Ingram racing along. He moves to 47 off 25. Huge innings and good form to be taking into that final on Sunday. Wanderers wanting to go up into Div 1, as is the KCC Infidels. 7 4s and 3 6s so far for Ingram. Another one will bring up his half century. This over has brought up the century mark for MCC, the half century partnership. Can it bring up the half century for Tom Ingram? It's a floaty outside off. So just shoulders arms on that one. One ball remaining in the 24th. Faster one, so he decides to go big onto the leg side. That's going to bring up his 50. A big 50 for Tom Ingram and a big 50 needed for the MCC team. 51 off 27, 8 4s, 3 maximums. Going at just under 200 strike rate. 11 boundaries off just 27 deliveries faced. Bang, off it goes. 4 4s coming off that over, 16 runs for MCC. And after 24, all of a sudden, MCC 112 for 5. Partnership now up to 65. Look at that. 51 of them from Tom. Caddy helping out with 10. And I think there was 4 buys in that in total. Caddy on strike now and chops beautifully over the top of second slip. That's going to be a boundary as well. The run's flowing for MCC. Faster one. Wasn't far away from being a catch. It was hit beautifully, so quick off the bat. The slipped cord and had almost no time to react. Yeah, just uses the wrists over the top of second slip's head, Devang Balsara. Not much you could do about that one. Nice quick outfield here at Kowloon Cricket Club. Helps it race away down to deep third for 4. Boundaries continue for MCC. Oh, and a good comeback ball there from Eddie. Couple of dot balls to slow down the runs from the MCC. And that's not going to slow down the runs. That's going to be another boundary. 4 runs. Caddy with 2 boundaries this over so far. Slight delay. Ball lost over there. Back of house of Kowloon Cricket Club. Full one, driven hard, driven straight, another boundary. Just too straight, too hard, well timed. Appeal for LBW from behind the stumps, and instead they're going to get through for a single. Ooh, that was tight for Ingram, but he gets home safely. End of the over, another good one for MCC. After 25, they're 125 for 5. Matt Chappell to continue into his 6th over. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 35 so far. Caddy getting a wriggle along now, moved up to 23 after being quiet, watching Ingram's big hitting and making his half century. Tries to get some runs, easy runs on the leg side, but they have Roy Lamsam lurking a short mid wicket. Nobody back on the ropes still. Frigsade at a backward square, just a little bit out. Backward, halfway between the umpire and the ropes. Chapel to caddy, who cuts hard onto the offside, but can't get it past mid-off. Oh, that's a good delivery from Chapel. Got it to loop and then drop. Gets through caddy's defences. Outside off. Doesn't rattle the death cage as he did previously. That one got a bit of bounce. It pushes backward a point. End of the over. Maiden, 125 for 5 after 26. You can see the Ingram effect there on the Manhattan. Comes in and starts the big hitting, getting the runs on the board for MCC. Eddie's going to have a rest from the pavilion end. Looks like Roy Lamsum's coming back into the attack. Started beautifully with 3 maidens. Roy getting his field place set. Captain for KCC having a chat with Adam Caddy at the non-striker's end. Ingram will be on strike on 51. Amazing effort, 27 deliveries including 8 4s and 3 6s. Vikash Vashwani coming up to the stumps. Trying to keep Ingram in his crease. Slow down the big hitting. Roy wants his first lip further across and his gully further across as well. A little bit of shape away for Roy. Ball now 26 overs old. Good to see the red cherry. Don't see it very often in Hong Kong cricket. Use it during the 2-day games, the Finch's Shield. And that's whipped off the pads nicely. Work to do for deep square leg. Not enough work could be done. Another boundary to Ingram. He moves to 55. Just with ease off the pads. Knows the deep square leg is out on the ropes, so went behind square. Gets another boundary. His 9th 4. This time nice and full from Roy. Ingram just dots it back. And another dot in the books for Lamsum. Seen plenty of them today. And on the pads, but going down legs. Not a real appeal there. Again, chopped out nicely, but no run available. 4 runs coming from the 27th, and the MCC move along to 129 for 5. Chapel to continue from the bowling club end. That maiden last over. He's now got 3 maidens in his 6-over spell and starts again with a dot. Caddy, who's moved along to 23. This partnership now up to 82. Another good little battle here between Caddy and Chapel, racking up the dot balls coming off a maiden. Gone for 35, but he's also had 3 maidens already. And he got the wicket of O'Neill. Removing the leg stump. He tried that to Caddy. Caddy thumped him for 4 when he strayed onto the leg stump. Uses the wrist this time. Straight, gets through 1, gets through 2. It's going all the way down to the ropes. It's a that's going for 4. Can't cut that one off. Breaks the string of dots from Chapel. Caddy gets another boundary. That's his 5th 4 of the innings. He's just flicked this one hard and straight. Beats 1, beats 2. All the chasing in the world, can't cut that one off with a nice fast outfield here at Kowloon Cricket Club. This time eased onto the leg side. Backward square will come around, pick up. Caddy will retain strike. After 28, MCC 134 for 5. Lamsung continuing from the pavilion end. Starts with the dot as well. Quick. Will shape away again. Inside edge, another dot. Another one zips through. Said he's still getting a little bit of shape with this older ball. Lots of dots this over for KCC. Good fielding, getting the body behind the ball there. Eddie in the ribs, but he survives. Full. Still can't beat the field. Wakas Bakat doing the fielding there. Mid on. And it's a maiden for Roy Lamsung and the KCC 11. And after 29, MCC remain 134 for 5. Chappell to continue. There's going to be some runs here for Ingram. He only gets halfway down the pitch before going, I don't need to run anymore after that one. I'm going to have my 10th four of the innings. He moves to 59. And the partnership now into the 90s. Beautifully cut away. And then goes back to just being watchful. It's been a very measured innings from Tom Ingram. The team was in trouble. And lots of appealing. No interest from umpire Shiroi Vasha. And goes big this time over the field, all the way down. I think it's going to be a 4. It is. Oh my goodness, 11 fours, 3 maximums. That's pretty much the longest boundary he could have targeted there. Anywhere else it would have been a maximum. Still another 4 in the books. Ingram moves to 63. If he does find a maximum this over, it'll bring up the 100-run partnership. And a nice little dot there. Good comeback ball. Oh, good fielding. Cut off probably a certain boundary. Say probably, it would have been. So a dot to end with. 8 runs, 2 boundaries coming off the 30th, and the MCC move towards 142 for 5. Lamsam continuing, or Tavung fires one in back to Vashwani. Lights up the stumps instead. More good deliveries from Roy Lamsam. And now watchful. Shuffles back to protect the stumps there, caddy. Racking up dot balls. Oh, he tries to cut hard, and a bit of extra bounce from Roy. Gets through to the keeper. Oh, on the pads. An appeal and the finger goes up. Breaks the big partnership. 95-run partnership ends with LBW at the end of a Lamsam over. He gets a wicket made and Caddy has to go for 28. Huge wicket for KCC. Last wicket to fall on 47. Big appeal. Wasn't much of a hard decision for umpire Robinson. Caddy goes. About 25 minutes away from the lunch break, bringing out Dan Pascoe. And talking about Red Bull cricket, it was Dan Pascoe and Wakas Bakat who won the game, the Fincher Shield for KCC. Wakas scoring big and Dan just sitting at the other end, racking up dots, putting away the bad balls. He ended up getting the nickname Dot Pascoe from that game. And does it with the ball as well when he bowls. Nobody can get him away. Racks up the dots. A good over for KCC. Roy Lamsam with a wicket maiden. His first wicket of the day after toiling away for 8 overs. Opening the bowling from the pavilion end. And we're going to see another opening bowler back into the attack. It's now the medium pacer. Wakas Bakat, the captain of KCC today, bowling his medium pacers instead of the spin. Well, that one was quick. It's come off the bat nicely from Tom, though. I think he's going to rack up another boundary here as well. Oh, my goodness. 67 off 40. Wakas bowling with some fire. Quick. Wasn't happy about being hit for 4 by Tom Ingram. Runs on the leg side this time. And he coming around from a wide leg.
Very good, Tom.
It's another 2 on the books. Here in the background behind me, that's Ash Caddy, Director of Cricket at Cowlane Cricket Club, playing for MCC to get through all the wickets. I'm sure we'll see him come in. I think he's listed at 12. He may not bat. There's a batting 12 and a bowling 12 for this game. Quite wide, that one, so Tom having a look back at the umpire, but it's in the books as a dot. 6 runs coming from the 32nd. MCC moving towards the 150. Roy Lumsum to continue from the pavilion end, coming off a wicket maiden. And his first ball that Dan Pascoe has faced, wide outside off, so racks up his first dot. Oh, gets a full one. Can't take advantage, and he said doing the fielding at mid-off. Lots of dot balls for Roy. Came off a maiden into a wicket maiden. And more dots, no runs there. Since Lamsam came back into the attack, he went for a 4 off his second ball in this spell. Just doing the calculations. That's 20 dot balls in a row from Roy Lamsam. You know, he started with 3 overs. That was 18 dot balls, 3 maidens, but he's gone even further this time. But he have a hat-trick of maidens, including a wicket, like he did to start with. Be quite impressive. And it will be another maiden to Roy Lamsam. Should be his 6th, I think. Yes, it is. 9 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 14, including a wicket maiden. So tight and tidy from Roy Lamsam. And after 33, MCC remain 148 for 6. If you're watching along wherever you are in the world, this Kowloon Cricket Club fixture against Marylebone Cricket Club, the MCC. Be sure to follow along KCC social media. We've got Instagram, we've got Twitter. And Tom Ingram dispatches it again. Another boundary. Lost count. How many has he got now? 13 fours in his 73 and 3 sixes. Doesn't matter who bowls to him. Give it to him in the arc, in the slot. There he goes. Oh, actually, Wakas got a thumb to that one, I think. One of the best fielders you ever see, so not putting that down as a chance if Wakas couldn't get anything on it. But it was hit so hard, so fast. That boundary brought up the 150 as well for MCC. Bringing up some milestones in style. I mean, you'd have to when Ingram's hit 16 boundaries already. Lots of milestones. Goes big again. How big's this one? Oh, that's a maximum. Straight into the side screen. Another 6, his 4th. Huge. That's a long boundary. Camera angle doesn't do it justice. He's just driven this one nowhere near Wakas' hand this time. Tell you what, if he keeps this up, umpire Vasher might want to watch what he's doing, because Tom is crunching it straight. They thought about putting the long off down on the boundary, but it's been brought back up to mid-off. We've gone boundary dot, boundary dot. Oh, we see another boundary. Ingram, 79 off 49. Can he get his century? Oh, that's a big bouncer, and it's been pulled straight away towards our commentary position off the toe of the bat, but doesn't matter with Tom Ingram. It's still going to run down over the rope for 4. As I said, we went boundary dot, now boundary. Wakas finish it off with a dot. Or Ingram continue on his merry way towards the 3-figure mark. Big bouncer from Wakas. He smiled on his face after he gave it to him, but doesn't matter. Ingram was onto it in a flash. And he's going to go again. It's It's not got all of it to get to the ropes for a maximum. May not even get to the ropes for 4. It will, in fact, just pull up inside the ropes. They're going to come back for 3. Ingram will keep the strike. A huge over, that one, for the MCC 23 coming from it. And after 34, MCC 165 for 6. The maiden man will continue from the pavilion end. Roy Lamsam, 3 maidens in a row in his second spell after 3 maidens in a row in his first. But he's got Tom Ingram on strike. Tom wisely watches that one. Yes, if you like what you're seeing, you can subscribe to the Kowloon Cricket Club YouTube channel. We'll be broadcasting the Sunday Division 1 final, Templars versus Scorpions, in 2 Sundays' time. I'm on the 21st. There's also Twitter, which is currently pumping out updates from our scoring, Instagram and Facebook for KCC. Lots of wrists on that one, but can't beat the infield adage at mid-off doing the work. More dots for Roy. Oh, good ball. Oh, they're going to break the string of dots. Good running. Pascoe gets through. Perhaps Roy's down on his knees going, come on. That ruined my 20-odd ball string of dots. No maiden coming up this over, but Pascoe on strike. He's faced 6 dots. And the way Ingram's playing, he'll be happy just to dot it out to lunch. He does with one of them. 11 minutes now to the lunch break. Looking forward to seeing what's for lunch today. I'm sure it's absolutely beautiful. Always a good spread here at Kowloon Cricket Club. Under the guidance of Mike. Just the 1 run coming from that over. There's the worm. You can see the Tom Ingram factor. Came in at number 6, I think. Check the scoreboard, but he did come in at number 6, and now he's got 87. He's got half the runs, basically. Just under 87 off 55. He's got more than half the runs. Pretty handy knock. He's still out there. 55 deliveries. Walker started with a dot. Does that mean a boundary's coming? Yes, it is. He goes big, he goes big, he goes just short of the rope, I think. No! Over the rope. Umpire Vash's hands go up. Ingram with his 5th 6 to go with his 14 fours. Moves to 93. He's just hitting it so straight, so perfectly. Out of the middle. Back live. This time he's going to take it just a single. Chappell doing the fielding. Allow Dot Pascoe back on strike. Yet to get off the mark. Three balls remaining in the 36th. Pascoe on strike. Comes forward, eases it to mid-off for a dot. Oh, a bit of bottom hand, but goes wide of Wakas. So Pascoe gets off the mark with a single. Bit of luck. He's practicing the stroke he should have played. And it does bring Ingram back on strike. One ball remaining in the 36th. He's already hit a maximum this over. What's in store this time? Oh, absolute corker of a delivery from Wakas. Ingram survives. He doesn't want to lose his wicket now on 94. After 36, MCC. 174 for 6. Watch the replay on that final delivery. A little bit of shape away. Tom looking down at the pitch saying, ooh, that was a good one. Nice nut, Wakas. Survives, no bat on it. And this partnership, can we put the partnerships up? It's up to 32, this partnership. Have a look at this. You cannot quite see the one run that Pascoe has added. Some big partnerships between Ingram and Adam Caddy. And now a nice one building. The second biggest now between Ingram and Pascoe, who will be on strike. And looks like Sonny Bimsari is coming into the attack from the pavilion end. Change in bowling. Roy, having one single taken off his previous over, has been dragged after so many maidens. One is obviously time for a break. Sonny Bimsaria. Starts with a good one, inside edge from Pascoe. Onto the pads. Oh, Pascoe, no dots there, crunched it through extra cover for 4. Might not get through this replay before we have to go back live. Yeah, well, you know, Sonny's shining the ball up, outside full, there to be hit, well hit by Pascoe. Tries to ease that one around the corner. Good keeping there from Bashwani. Following it down leg. Faster one outside, comes back in a little bit there from Sonny. No damage, left alone outside off. Comes down the wicket, hits it well, but Eddie's there waiting. So Toms has to scamper back in. Coming off the bat nicely for Pascoe. Getting some runs into the partnership himself now. The boundary earlier this over. And that's a big full toss, over waist tight, no ball, and given the treatment. That went a long way back. It's going to take a little while to recover that one. Umpire Vash's arm went out very quickly for no ball, waist height as well. He's hit that around rib height. Was getting down on it to make sure. No free hits in this format, but Sonny will need to re-bowl the final delivery of the 37th. They're going to take a quick single. Dan putting on lots of runs that over. He moves to 12. The score moves to 186. They've lost 6 after 37. Waka's continuing, bowling to Pascoe. And more dots. Drives nicely. They're going to chance the arm straight to the fielder, but good running. Pascoe was off just as he came off the bat. Gets through for another single. No dot Pascoe today. Scoring nicely, 13 off 20. Might be the last over, depending on how fast Wakas bowls. They've got about 90 seconds until the luncheon break. And the lunch with Mike past our commentary position shortly. That's when we know it's lunchtime, when we see Mike in the blue shirt here at Kowloon Cricket Club. Waka spending some time shining the ball. Ingram on strike. And just hits it straight back to Wakas. He throws it down to Vikash. Shuffle the ball around. Tidy over so far, just that single. Oh, he tried to go big on Wakas this time, but inside edges it onto the leg side. Chappell cuts it off. Looks like we're going to go one more over after this one before the lunch break. 39 overs in. Not far away from being the halfway mark this timed game. Another good ball. Waiting for some confirmation. Looks like the players are coming off. The umpires have called lunch at 38 overs. MCC 187 for 6. Run through the batting and bowling card for this wonderful KCC versus MCC game. Opening the batting today, flying in from overseas, from Thailand and Malaysia, Warren Miller and Phil Brook opening the batting. Miller putting on 29 until he was bowled by Eddie Tep. Carter and Nigel Shroff from KCC not getting underway, and Chappell getting O'Neill for a duck. But then came Tom Ingram to the crease and not out 94, including 14 fours and 5 sixes. And he had a good partnership with Adam Caddy coming in from London until he was out for 28. And out the middle as well, KCC's Dan Pascoe not out on 13. Have a look at the bowling card. And they shared the wickets around. Sonny, the only one without a wicket, but he only bowled 1 over. Bowling maidens, 6 of them, including a wicket maiden, 1 for 15, and Wakas Barkat, the only multiple wicket taker, 2 for 59. So there it is. We're at the luncheon break here at Kowloon Cricket Club with MCC batting first. KCC winning the toss, electing to bowl. And looking good. Good session for MCC. They're 187 for 6. I'm Aaron Bush. Join us on the other side of the luncheon break for this KCC versus MCC match. Live from Kowloon Cricket Club. Welcome back to Kowloon Cricket Club for this historic match between KCC and MCC. Aaron Bush with you. Lunch break almost over. Going back out in the middle, Tom Ingram and Dan Pascoe for MCC. Ingram just one maximum away from his century. Might see 10, 12 more overs from MCC, then might see an innings break come up. Umpires are out in the middle. The batters are out in the middle. KCC, a little slow to head back out. Eddie Chet out there already, waiting patiently. And we're going to have a change in gloveman for KCC. One Vashwani has taken the gloves off. Vikash will be in the field, and Moksh Vashwani will be the keeper for these final overs for MCC. Umpires Vasher and Robinson. Robinson in the floppy hat now. Well, he might have been before. 57 overs remaining in today's play. We're going to see both teams bat, of course. Might be a declaration coming up soon from MCC. We shall see. All right, we just about got all players back out there. You can see the new keeper, Moksh Vaswani, putting the helmet down. Sonny stretching out, bowled one over, went for 12. Only one bowler not to get a wicket so far, but he only bowled one over. Eddie Chair's got marking there. I think he'll be taking the red ball to start with from the pavilion end to get us underway. Dan Pascoe will be on strike. Tom Ingram on 94 at the non-strikers end. Sonny's been moved out of slip, as has Devang Balsara, and even Roy Lamsum's getting moved across to gully, and looks like Vikash is going to go into slip. He's managed to shuffle one position across after the lunch break. Eddie Chet, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 39 so far. He got the big wicket of Miller. Bowled. Got him out for 29. That was a good innings. Warren Miller, one of the ones flying in for this game from Malaysia. Some from Thailand, Singapore and UK. Haven't seen one of the Singaporeans, I should say. Pascoe just drives that to Wakas Bagat, another dot. Haven't seen the other Singaporean yet, Jack Maiden. And also from Thailand, Ryan Driver. So a good mix of MCC members joining us for this game. Eddie bowling the tram lines, racking up the dots. Drives it straight, very straight. It's probably going to go all the way, and it will. 4 runs to Pascoe after a string of dots. Perfectly placed and timed. Mid on, mid off, inside what would be a circle if we had one. Nobody down on the short boundary towards the pavilion. Pascoe takes full advantage. That fuller one just past the outstretched hand of Eddie. This one whipped onto the leg side, but short mid-wicket, waiting. Scampering Tom Ingram. He does not want to lose his wicket to a silly run out. this close to his century for MCC. Can't beat mid-on this time, so just the 4 runs coming from the 39th. MCC moving towards the 200 mark. They're 191 for 6. The captain for KCC today, Wakart, bowling medium paces if you're just joining us. Nice spin from Wakas today, and he's enjoying bowling with the red ball, getting it to nip around, opening the bowling for the bowling club end. Swing away and cut back in. That one coming back in to the body. Ingram looking for 2, and he'll get there as the ball stops dead behind square, and he moves to 96. Now, he's hit Wakas for a number of 4s. Is he going to try? That's the 50 partnership up. That came up quick. 50 balls between the two of them, going at a run a ball. Good ball from Wakas. Not much Tom can do with that one. Guides it out to point. Oh, he does try to go big, but it goes nowhere where he wants, but it doesn't matter. It's going to go to the ropes, and that brings up his century. Tom Ingram, 100 runs off just 66 deliveries. 15 4s, 5 6s. Gets a congratulations from Dan Pascoe. Fantastic innings. You can see more than half the runs for MCC coming off the bat of Tom Ingram. Coming in at number 6. Score was on 47 back then. So he's put on 150 runs while he's been out there as well. And he's going to guide that one down to Eddie Tet. No boundary on that one. Just the single. Gets a handshake from Wakas as well for his well-earned 100. It's not just the 100 that was required. They were 47 for 4, then 47 for 5. Strike rate of 151 as well. Marvellous knock. Pascoe lets that one go through to the keeper, and 7 runs coming from the 40th. MCC 198 for 6. It's here to continue from the pavilion end. Bowling to Tom Ingram. No run. Right arm stump short mid-wicket. Picks up. Put a long on in place now for Ingram on the short boundary to the pavilion. That's not going anywhere near long on though. That's been smashed behind square for 4. Ingram gets to his century and continues on his merry way with the boundaries. Hard work out there. Saw him come off at the lunch break, drenched in sweat. Had to strip down and mop it all off. Put some fresh clothes on. Goes back out and continues doing what he did before the lunch break. Still very pleasant. 27.8 out there. Bit of a breeze. Farouk Saeed was telling me not too bad out there in the field. And tip and run from Tom this time. Rotate the strike back to Pascoe. Tom's boundary bringing up the 200 for MCC. Had a chat to Dan Pascoe as he was coming back out as well. Mentioning he was hitting big before the lunch break. That's not dot Pascoe, that's smash Pascoe, and he reckons there's going to be more of it. Not on that ball though. Nicely played. Certainly no Dan can bat. Mentioned earlier that huge innings he had with Wakas Bakat to break the back of Hong Kong Cricket Club in the 2-day Fincher red ball game. Oh, that's lofted, that's caught. Pascoe has to go. That's a great catch from Devang Balsara in that short mid-wicket position. And Eddie gets his second. MCC lose their 7th. They're 203 for 7. Big wicket. Pascoe falls. Out to the crease for MCC. Jack Matton from Singapore. Facing Eddie's last ball of his 8th over. He's now the second multiple wicket taker for KCC. Another big partnership broken. Ingram's still out there. As long as he can have some partners stick around. Put on 230, 240, even 250 on the cards. Here's Eddie to Jack, and he starts with a massive one. How big's that gone? Oh, that could have ended up in Cox's Park Playground. Massive 6 to finish the over. A successful one for KCC, but Jack Matton showing exactly what he can do at the end of the 41st. MCC 209 for 7. Watch the replay. On middle and leg, pivoted beautifully, and that went a long way back. We say that was the biggest 6 of the day, that one. Clearing the training nets. Still haven't got the ball back. Now got the ball back. Didn't quite go into the playground, so the kids were safe. That's handy. Last thing they'd need is a cricket ball at lunchtime. Flying in. Ingram will be on strike. Wakas Bakat will continue into his 12th over. 1 maiden, 2 for 66 so far. Oh, he smashed that out our way for 4. Not sure exactly where Tom was aiming, but into the commentary position for another boundary. His 17th 4. And the Wakas Tom battle continues. I'm sure Wakas would love to get this wicket. Got it to cut back in again, but Ingram with a big swing. Ball followed through the arc. Went racing to the boundary for 4 with nobody on the ropes. They've got backward square leg on the ropes and now got long on right down near the bowling club. Still plenty of catches positions in as well. A couple of slips and gully. Oh, and that's probably why. Gets an edge off that one. It's going to fly. Seen bring up his 100. Huge top edge over the top of the slip cordon. One of the few false strokes Ingram has played today for his 110. He's going to take the single with mid-off set back. Sonny doesn't pull the trigger on it. It's through safely, and Jack Matten will face Wakas Buckout for the first time with 2 balls remaining in the 42nd. Saw Jack start with the 6th, the first ball he faced. Second one's a dot once he got at the end of this over. Leg by 4 to end with. Some thoughts that might have been a caught behind, but no bat involved. End of the over, 42 done. MCC to 18 for 7. Eddie Chad to continue into his 9th over. Wicket last time he had a bowl. Also got smashed for 6. Evened it out. Tom Ingram on strike on 111. Tries the wrists onto the offside. Straight to Farouk, no run. Ingram back on strike, facing the final delivery. And it's a dot, rare dot. Ingram in a mood. He put on 11 personally, 12 coming off the over, 43 done. MCC 230 for 7. Waiting to see who's going to have a bowl. Looks like Farouk Saeed going to have a bowl for the first time today from the bowling club end. Jack Matten will be on strike. 7 of 4 deliveries, including a big maximum. We wound up on that one. It's in the air, but falls safely. Hamza Jawed there, I think, could not quite get there. So Jack gets another boundary. It was in the air for a while. It was close. Hamza running around to his left, but in the end, falls safely. Jack gets another bang, gets another boundary in the books for MCC. That's gone a long way over my head. Watch out, people in the swimming pool. I heard a donk somewhere, hit something behind us. See if we can recover that cricket ball. Otherwise, it'll be the second lost one. Watch the replay. This is big. Crunch. Now, sending a few players back to see if we can recover it. It hit something. Don't know what it hit. Went well over the top of our head in commentary. Yeah, it's been recovered. Four-6 to start Farouk Saeed's first over, and then gives a full toss. That one's been crunched for 6 as well. That one through cow corner this time. They put the player Devang Balsara's out here now, a commentary position waiting for a catch. So Jack decides, I'm going to split the mid-wicket and long on fielders and bash another maximum. 16 off the first 3. Came down the wicket a bit. Very full from Farouk. Big Jack Matten crunches it. That one's in the slot as well. That's going to the scoreboard this time. That's a very long boundary. It's smashed into the groundskeeper's equipment. And that was 6. That was 6 through a whitish extra cover down near the scoreboard. That is the longest boundary at KCC. Rarely ever see 6s hit from batting at the pavilion end. He's given himself some room and he's absolutely smoked that one. We're on track for an over that will be all maximums, or not all maximums, all boundaries so far. 2 balls remain. And that one's right in the block hole. We'll get the dot. 22. 250 runs coming up. Another one milestone coming up in style. He's tried to put that over the top of square leg. All he's managed to do is get a bit of pad, misses it. Rare, not coming off the middle of Jack's bat. 50 partnership up. thought the other one that came up in 51 balls was quick. That one's come up in 19. 50-run partnership in 14 minutes. Outstanding. Helps when you put on 23 runs in one over, as MCC did that over. 44 done. 253 for 7. Back into the attack. Roy Lamsam, who's been miserly all day. 10 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 15. He bowled 3 maidens in his first spell. He bowled 3 maidens, including a wicket maiden in his second spell. But now he'll be bowling to the very big hitting Jack Matten, who's going at just a tick under 300 strike rate for his 29. What can the master, Roy Lamsam, muster up here against the MCC? It's gone big. It's going to be a big maximum. That's what it's going to be. That's huge. That had gone out of KCC. It's either gone into the playground or gone onto Cox's Road. Watch out, pedestrians. Jack's in a mood. That was possibly the biggest 6 I've ever seen at KCC. It has left the ground while going through the tree. Massive 6. Matten to 35. Winds up on that one and doesn't get it in the air, so trickles out to deep mid-wicket. Just a single. We thought Tom Ingram was hitting big. Roy might be glad he's down the other end, and Tom is on strike. Matten's now 36 off 12, still going at a strike rate of 300. Right on the toes of Tom. There's a mix-up here. Direct hit would be out, but Roy was in front of the stumps. Lamsam again, gives a full toss to Tom. Eddie, good fielding, comes across, gets the body behind it. They get through for a quick single. Saved a certain 4 there. Think with his knee in the end. Might sting a bit later today. He's not showing any signs of it. So he receives the ball to give back to Roy. They're right there. Again, good Yorker length, chopped over the top of Farouk Seed's head, so that's going to race away for a boundary as well. 12 off the over, 1 remaining in the 45th. Lamsam only had 15 runs off his first 10 overs. 12 off this over alone. End of the over. Good one again for MCC as they move to 265 for 7. Farouk Saeed to continue from the bowling club end. Easy single. And they're going to push for 2. Oh, good running. Chappell couldn't quite get there to the ball. So Devang Balsara had to come off the ropes. Ingram 125, Matten on 40. Whispers around the ground that perhaps a declaration might be coming soon. Amazing when you think 220 runs ago, MCC were 47 for 5. Lost 2 wickets for 221 runs now. Matten back on strike. He's on 40. Can he get his half century before any declaration? He's certainly going to try. He's crunched that straight and he's picked the gap. Long on and long off, back on the ropes. Doesn't matter. Went straight and into the side screen for 4. He moves to 44. He's hit that one up in the air. Not going to go all the way for a maximum, but it will go for 4. Closes in on his half century now, Matten. 48 off 16. Again, targeting the longest boundary he can find at KCC. Would have been a 6. Batting at the other end, anywhere on the ground. Moves to 48. Short one. That one's crunched. That could go all the way. It does go all the way. Maximum to get his 50. Matten 54 off 17. He's hit 4 4s and 6 6s. And we see the sign from the MCC dugout. The declaration is coming now that Matten made his half century. 54 off 17. A partnership of 79 with Tom Ingram off just 30 deliveries. 6 4s, 7 6s in that partnership. And there we have it. MCC declaring on 282 for 7. KCC 11 requiring 283 for victory. As we head into the innings break, we have a quick look at the batting and bowling cards before we have the break. Doesn't look like we'll be able to bring them up, but we know Tom Ingram with a century, Jack Matten with a half century. Huge, huge partnerships at the end. They were 47 for 5. They end on 282 for 7 declared in the 46. Join us on the end of the innings break. 10 minutes it will be. We'll be back live for the KCC Run Chase very shortly. Welcome back to Kowloon Cricket Club. Aaron Bush with you for this MCC versus KCC match. Innings break almost over. MCC putting on 282 and declaring 7 down. KCC will require 283 for victory. Taran Lungani, it looks like, going out to bat perhaps with Sunny. Confirmation as the two batters run out. Tom Hicks seems to have ball in hand there, left of screen for MCC. Didn't see Tom with the bat. Isn't required. But he is going to get the brand new red cherry. Playing with the red hardball today. It's been great to watch. Some of the biggest sixes we've seen hit at KCC. And a lot of movement to start with for Roy Lamsam and Wakas Barkart opening the bowling for KCC. Looks like Taran Lungani will be on strike. His dad with the big camera out there at point. Looking to take some action photos. There he's just in the shadows there on the top left of screen. Neil Lungani takes some great photos here at KCC, he does. Down here again on the Friday for the MCC match. Here we go, underway. It's a short one to start with, and Kobe got that one on camera because that's been crunched for a boundary off the first delivery. Loosener from Hicks. Taran Lungani, he usually starts slow, watchful, dots. Says no. If you're going to bowl short, you'll be needing to be dispatched. Wasn't overly short either, but this one's fuller. Guides it right of gully. And that will bring Sunny on strike for his first delivery of the match. Slip and a leg slip in place. Tom Ingram at leg slip. Got the headband on as always when in the field. Sunny still getting set. Hamza Joy padded up, might be coming in at 3 or 4 for KCC. Big forward stretch from Sunny. Slight inside edge, runs down to wide mid on, no run. All the catching positions in place. You can see 3 on screen. And comes down the wicket, crunches that straight. That's going to be another boundary to KCC. Both batters getting off the mark with a 4 in the first over. Hit that just past the stumps. So straight as it races into the sight screen for 4. Back live and he's gone big. This time through mid-wicket. 1 bounce over the ropes for another boundary. 3 boundaries this over so far for KCC. 1 ball remaining. And that's whipped away, but can't beat the short cover of Ash Caddy, was it? No, Adam Caddy. Very looking alike. Big over there for KCC to start with. 13 for no loss. Requiring another 270. Someone has come down to KCC and parked their very nice white Mercedes at what will be deep mid-wicket coming up this over. That's brave. There's some brave people around, but that is bravery personified. I'm pretty sure the guy that owns it's walking across at the top of screen. Not sure, but that's not where I'd be parking my white Mercedes, especially today with the red ball and the big sixes we've seen already. Right, driver having a bowl for MCC. Tarrant eases it onto the leg side. Ryan Driver from Thailand. Not too hot for him, I'm sure. Playing any cricket in Thailand. This will be a beautiful spring afternoon. Now, Sonny's on strike. Let's see if the white Mercedes comes into play. Not first, nice and watchful with the new ball. See many a vehicle parked there and not one hit yet. Black van would have been hit last week on Sunday had it not just driven off. Luck's a fortune for the food delivery van. This one out onto the offside. Tidy to start with after that huge first over. Dan Pascoe warming up as well. Sitting at point. Shoulders, arms on one coming back in, but didn't cut in too much. So no dramas to the off stump. Another tidy delivery from Driver. Just the one run coming from the second. KCC 14 for none. Change in bowling for MCC, Jack Maiden, who scored huge 54 off 17 deliveries with the bat. He's now going to have a bowl coming off a fairly decent running. Lungani on strike. He's on 6. Just guides it backward a point. Gully picks up. Oh, gets out on the top of the bat. This could be a catch, but it's falls safely. Shroff couldn't get there. High on the bat from Lungani. Practices where he wanted to get it, out of the meat. Run straight again. Not going to make the ropes this time. Cut off just there. Go back for 2. We know what the target is, but we don't know how many overs are left in the day, so we don't know what the required run rate is. We've got 46.5 overs remaining. Touch less now. And it could be more. That's why we don't have a required run rate logged. Work it out on 46 remaining. Matin to Sonny Bimsaria. Oh, had him hopping back as it cut back in. Plenty of bounce, but flew over the top of the middle stump in the end. Quick one, but they get through. Oh, that direct hit might have had to go to the TV director. It was close, but Ngani gets back safely. And to the third, KCC going at 6s. They're 18 for no loss. We do get 46 more overs in. It's not to say we won't have any more. We could. A required run rate 5.76. KCC going at 6, but most of that was in the first over. Since then, it's been pretty tidy from the MCC bowlers. Ryan Driver will continue, top of screen. As he comes in to Sonny Bimsaria. The tip and run onto the offside. Figured out how to tell which one is the caddies. One's right-handed and one's left-handed. Adam with the right hand and Ash with the left. Both built very similarly. Ash is there in first slip, I think. Yes, he is. Adam's out at cover. And the catch is taken. Goes through to third slip there, and Taran Lingani has to go. First wicket falls for KCC. They're 19 for 1. Looks like Tom Hicks at third slip taking the catch. Just talking about the slip cordon. Bang, straight in the mitts, straight in the red basket. Looks like number 3 for KCC will be Moksh Vaswani. Hamza still padded up, probably coming in number 4. Ryan Driver gets the breakthrough for MCC in the 4th. Tom Hicks, who copped some stick in his first over, makes amends with an easy catch. Taran Lingani having an early shower. Nice off the middle of the bat to start with for Vaswani. Once that one go through. They're putting more catching positions in now. 4 slips in place. One goes straight through to Carter with the gloves on. Got 4 on screen. There's another one not far away. You'd probably say that's Gully. It's Tom Ingram just off screen. Nigel Shroff's moved into 4th slip. Pascoe's at point. Adam Caddy, extra cover. So it's another 7-2 offside field with a backward square leg, wide leg, and a mid-on only. Very tidy over there for Ryan Driver and the MCC. KCC 19 for 1. Need another 264 for victory. Well, whipped away in front of square. Using the pace of Jack Madden, it's racing down to our commentary position. Trickles over the ropes for 4. Valuable runs. Sunny to start this over. Whipped away with the wrists. Forward of square. Had enough on it. Nigel Shroff could not chase it down. Back live. Oh. Pulls out of that one. Onto the offside this time, but can't beat point. Pascoe again in point, switching sides. That one's crunched. That's a maximum. Over the top of square leg, over the ropes, into the netting for 6. And this one, he's behind square. They have protection. So it'll just be a single. Oh, that's a good delivery. Oh, did that carry? No, it didn't. Just fell short. First slip. Second slip, was it? Oh, yes, there's first slip behind Carter. This time, good bat on ball. Can't quite beat the field. Adam Caddy cutting that one off, keeping it to a single. That one gets Mox off the mark, and he'll be on strike for the next over after 5. KCC 31 for 1. Driver from the pavilion end. That wasn't far away from Mox's leg stump. Nice delivery. Look at that. 2.1 overs, 1 for 2. Can't ask for much more from your opening bowler for MCC. This time outside off. Gets it to move away. No bat on ball. And was looking to go on the offside. It ends up on the leg side, but then get through for a single. Brings Sonny back on strike. He's going okay. Sonny Bimsaria, 23 off 17. Oh, poking at it with the wrists. Shaping away nicely from driver. Not far away from finding the outside edge of Bimsaria. Superb bowling again from Ryan Driver. That just off the seam, it disappeared. Sonny didn't even get close. It's too good. Back live. Shoulders, arms this time. He knows it's going to move away. But the one that comes back in might get him. This is a great thing of this red ball we're using today. 4-piece red ball. Still nice and hard, the one they used after 45 overs. That one found a little patch and stayed low. Only the one run again from Driver's over. He's so tidy. End of the 6th, KCC 32 for 1. Oh, up in the air, over the top of Shroff's head. Comes back for a second. Fast one. Oh. Jack Matten in again. Racking up the dots. In, lets it go outside off, more dots. Jack Matten comes in, goes the auger length this time. No run available. Finishes it off with 5 dots in a row. 7 done. KCC 134 for 1. Driver continuing. Sonny just eases it back to the bowler. This time, cut away nicely by Bimsaria. Races away to the boundary for 4. His 4th. First big runs off driver as he swings one away from Sonny. Hard work. And this time again, racks up the dot balls. Didn't quite carry through to Carter. Sometimes there's a little patch rolling from the pavilion end. Driver's hitting and it's staying a little low. And just racking up the dot balls at the moment. Driver maybe getting one to come back in at some point. At the moment, there's that white Mercedes. It survives still. Sonny gets a short one from driver. The driver of the white Mercedes might not be happy. But it's not. It's a nice full delivery. Just that one boundary coming from the 8th KCC. 38 for 1, requiring another 2 for Matten to continue. Big pile of dust in his follow through. The pitch gets warmer, drier throughout the day. It's not very humid for Hong Kong standards. Shorter one. In the air. Diving Jack can't quite get a hand on it. And a direct hit there would have been out as well as they scamper through for a single. Tom Hicks, only one peg to aim at. Lucky for Mox, he couldn't find it. Martin to Sonny, and he goes big. It's not all of it though. It's going to sort of plug over the top near where an infield circle line would normally be. They'll come back for two. Bit of a chip shot there from Sonny, but he keeps the runs moving along, going at over 100 strike rate. Almost getting through the gate there. Matten working hard for his first wicket. Two balls remaining. He's whipped that fine. Tried to whip it through square leg. Gets some bat on it and gets through for a single. Mox will face the final delivery of the ninth. And that's hit hard, and that is another dot. End of the over, 9 done. KCC 42 for 1, going at 4.67. It's a bit behind where they need to be. They don't want to lose any more wickets. We restarted at 150. We get through to another 40 minutes almost to the first drinks break. Unless my maths is terrible, which it could well be. Trying to lessen the wickets. Keep the runs ticking over and slowly wear away this new red ball. Staying nice and shiny still in the 10th over, which will be Ryan Driver again, bowling his 5th. He's bowled 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 7 so far. Not really possible to put any more slips in place. Carter's gone up to the wickets, so Ingram's going into a short cover catching position just off screen. You can just see his toe on the AstroTurf pitch. Stands up on this one. And finds plenty of room on the leg side to get through for a single. Mid-on comes around to pick up. So many catching positions in place for Mox as well. Driver comes in, and so he just crunches it into the gap. 4 runs. Mox, with his first boundary in 20 deliveries, moves to 9. Bit short there from driving, giving Mox some room. Could have picked any one of the gaps on the field apart from fine leg. He just eases it over the top. And this one, Fuller, call of catch for that position with Tom Ingram, but gets through the infield, but only a single. One ball left in the 10th. That one zips through. Dot. 6 runs coming from the 10th. KCC moving towards the half-century mark. They're 48 for 1. I knew I'd done the drinks calculation wrong. Forgot we're coming off the innings break. The innings break was, what, 125, 120? Around that point. We can't be too close to a drinks break. Kind of only done 10 overs in an hour and 15, so must be plenty of time to go. Otherwise, not a very quick over rate. Either way, Jack Maiden to continue from the bowling club end. 4 overs, none for 22. Effort ball, crunched hard, crunched nicely, backward of point, down to the ropes for another boundary to Mox. He moves to 14. Crunched away behind point nicely from Vaswani. 2 boundaries now to his name, and handy partnership as KCC go up over 50. They're 52 now for 1. And big appeal, and the finger goes up. The left hand of Troy Vashers says that's the end of Mox Vaswani. The second wicket falls as the 50 comes up for KCC. They're 52 for 2. Not much hesitation here from umpire Vasher. From our backward camera angle, like pitched on middle and leg. That's the end of a handy knock and the end of a handy partnership. As Mox heads back to the sheds and Hamza Jawade comes out at number 4 as we expected. Just waiting for all the batters to come back on screen. There they are. Sonny Bibsaria meeting Hamza Jawade. Giving him some tips on Jack Maiten's bowling. Maiten's gets his first wicket. He's toiled away from the bowling green end. Warm work. Even though he's probably used to it. Coming from Thailand. Nope, sorry. Jack's from Singapore, which is no cooler. So everyone almost set. Jack into Hamza. Big leading edge. Falls safely. Lux of fortune off the first delivery. Hamza. Sonny comes down, gives him another chat. Better bat on ball this time from Hamza. Just eases it to Pascoe at point. One ball left in the 11th, a successful one for MCC. And we'll finish off with a dot, a boundary and a wicket. After 11, KCC 52 for 2, requiring another 231 for victory. Change in bowling from the pavilion end. KCC's Nigel Shroff will be having a bowl for MCC. Right arm over the wicket. Sonny on strike. Sonny 31 off 32, still going along handily. Lost a couple of partners though. Still plenty of batting to come for KCC. I see Devang Balsara with the full kit on, so we're expecting him to come in perhaps at 5. Marcus Barkart, of course, can bat. Roy Lamsam over there as well. The keeper, Vikas Vashwani. So plenty of batting to come for KCC, but like I say, don't want to lose too many more wickets as Nigel comes in. And right on cue. Oh, he's going to get away with it. How did that fall in the gap? I think 4 players thought it was their catch and 4 people thought it was the other person's catch, and all of a sudden it's just dropped next to the umpire. Wow. That was lucky for Sonny. Good ball from Nigel. First up, Sonny's trying to smash him to the white Mercedes. Just popped it back to the umpire. This time, angles it onto the thigh pad. It's around the corner. Off the pad for 1 leg by. Mishroff to Hamza. Right, full chop back to the bowler. One slip in place in that gully. Pascoe at point. That short, occasionally you can see on screen, I think it's Adam Caddy at a short extra cover. Cover behind and a mid-off. Oh, and an inside edge this time. Goes onto the leg side. Good start from Schroff. And this one, better bat on ball from Humza. Can't beat the short mid wicket. That is Tom Ingram. Sure, we'll see Tom have a bowl. Come steaming in with the headband on. Take the floppy off. Plenty of bowlers to choose from. I think that Ash Caddy hasn't bowled, though. He has had some shoulder injuries, so he may not bowl. Tidy over, does the leg by coming from it. That gives Nigel Schroff a maiden, 12 done. KCC remain 53. Well, they moved to 53 for 2 with the leg by. Requiring another 230 from here. Overs to be decided. Our computer says minimum of 37. Looks like Tom Hicks is going to get another run from the bowling club end. A little expensive in his first and only over, went for 13. And Sonny's calling for the cap with Hicks back into the attack. Be Hicks to a capped Sonny Bimsaria, and gets down, tries to crunch it through the offside, but can only pick out mid-off. Really slowed down now, this game, after a blistering opening partnership. Or blistering opening over, really. And a handy knock from Moksh Vashwani coming out, getting 14. And that one can't beat cover this time, extra cover. Comes down the wicket, finds the gap, work to do for Pascoe coming running around from deep square leg. He does get there, doesn't get there. He got there, just got the fingers down to it, but it just rolled onto the rope. Didn't even roll over the rope, just into the rope. Much needed boundary. This time stays in his crease, picks out the leg gully, so no run there. End of the over, just the 4 coming from it. And KCC moved to 57 for 2. Nigel Schroff to continue. Maiden first over, just the leg by coming from it. Humza Jaway on strike, yet to get off the mark. Face 7 deliveries. Wrapped on the pad of one going well down leg. This one a bit fuller outside off. The wrists rolled a little bit from Humza. He tried to put it between point and cover. Rolled over on it. Schroff continuing with the dot balls. This one a bit shorter, but same result. Rolls through to Pascoe at point. That one is rolling down leg, well kept by Chris Carter. Safely in his crease there. Humza still looking to get off the mark. All good deliveries from Schroff. Oh, it's in the air. One hand put down. Hit it straight to a short backward point. Got one hand clearly to it, but couldn't drag it in. Would have been a wicket maiden, but instead it's just a maiden. 14 overs done. KCC 57 for 2. And it looks like it's time for a drinks break here at Kowloon Cricket Club, with KCC requiring another 226 for victory. Join us on the other side. And welcome back to Kowloon Cricket Club. Aaron Bush with you. Drinks break over. Head into the next break. Coming up will be the tea break. You can see KCC 57 for 2, requiring another 226. Bit under the run rate. Required, but still 8 wickets in hand. Tom Hicks to continue from the bowling club end. Sonny Bimsaria been out there since the beginning on 35. He'll be on strike. Hamza Jawade at the non-striker's end, yet to get off the mark. Oh, it's a bit of bottom hand. Yell of catch. Work to do for Pascoe from deep square leg. Can't cut it off. It's another boundary to Bimsaria. That's his 6th 4 and 1 maximum. Sweetly timed from Sonny. A little bit in the air. Bit of an inside edge. Probably saved him because it was aiming at Tom Ingram at a shortish mid-wicket. He's now being pushed back. Ash Caddy will take that position and Ingram will take a traditional mid-wicket position. Sort of covering both eventualities from Sonny. As Hicks comes in again. So it goes straight over Tom's head, and how far is that one gone? It's not gone all the way for 6, but it's definitely gone for a second 4. MCC rolled the fielding changes, so Sonny said, I'll just go straight over your heads. And actually, it's out. He's actually spun around onto his stumps. You saw in the replay, look down, he pivoted so much, he's taken the bail off, and Carter peeled. And so the 4 has been struck from the record, and Bimsaria's got to go. Not sure if you'll see it on the replay this time, but there's the change of decision from umpire Vasher. I was watching the replay and noticed how much Sonny had pivoted, and then I saw Carter's hands go up. Come around, hit wicket. Oh, interesting way to get dismissed after the drinks break. Hit a nice 4, then hit another nice 4, but also hit wicket. Sonny Bimsaria departs. .39 in the end once the 4 was removed for Bimsaria. Devang Balsaria to come out to the crease, replacing Bimsaria. Balsaria coming off a 32 not out in that big game on Sunday where he got 4 for with the ball and then won the game with the bat. He's in some good form. He'll need to be. His team 61 for 3. Hit wicket with the bat, we're hearing from Bimsaria. So he's done a full 360 basically. Come all the way around and taking the bail off. Oh, cracking first delivery. Carter quick with the gloves. And now very tidy dot balls racking up for Hicks. Races back to his mark. Everybody still in catching positions. Leg slip, gully. That one straight back to Hicks instead. Dribbles through. 4 runs coming from the over, but also a wicket. Interesting wicket it was, but the wicket fell for KCC. They're 61 for 3 after 15, needing another 2-2-2 for victory. Nigel Shroff to continue from the pavilion end. Start with some runs on the leg side. That should be Humza's first runs if it's off the bat. It is. It's off the mark after facing 14 deliveries. And Devang Balsara with the floppy hat on now. Saying Nigel's not quick enough for the helmet. On the floppy. First and third slip in place, gets a foolish one. Just crunches it to mid-off. Shroff again, full again. Still can't beat the field, this time mid-on does the fielding on the straight hit from Balsara. And pulls the length back a bit on that one, Nigel. Similar result with the dot. That single to Humza is the first runs off his bowling. It was a leg by in the first over, but first off the bat in 2.1 overs it was, and continuing with the dot balls, this one outside off. 4 in a row with one ball remaining in the 16th. Putting the pressure on KCC, losing wickets and then not being able to score freely. And saying that, Devang has said, okay, the red ball's got to go. He smashes it halfway up the tree behind the training nets for a massive 6. He gets off the mark. 8 dot balls he faced. The 9th got dispatched. Gives himself some room and just watches it beautifully off the middle of the bat. Forward of square leg. Tree, copped it halfway up the trunk. There'll be a big dent in that tree trunk over there near the training nets. And that ended the over. 7 coming from it in the end. Hamza Jawade, who got his first run in the previous over. Back on strike. They've put some super close catching positions. Look at that. They got the leg slip. The silly mid-on slip in place. Also got almost a third slip between third and gully, all waiting for a little edge or a pop-up from Hicks. Hamza keeps that one along the ground, back to the bowler. There's a yes, no, yes, no. Underarm shy allowed Hamza to get his second run. bring Devang back on strike. He smashed a 6 to end the previous oval. That means Tom Ingram has no interest at saying it's silly mid-on. He's getting pushed back to mid-wicket. Pascoe goes back to a forward deep square leg. Oh, another good delivery from Hicks. Balsara coming forward. Chance of the edge. Fuller this time. Hits straight. They're going to run on the arm of the mid-off fielder. And a fumble caused. Allows the single at the end of the over. Balsara will retain strike. 17 done. 2 coming from it. KCC 70 for 3, as you can see on screen, requiring another 213 runs for victory. Shroff to continue from the pavilion end. Gives a fuller one. Got good fielding in close there on the offside. That's Adam Caddy. The one player coming in to this game from the UK. Looks like it's a bit warm out there for him. Another full one. Another one that can't beat the field. And great, the MCC players flying in from around the world. Adam from the UK flying in from London. And the added bonus of seeing his family as he joined. Rinse and repeat again. That's Ryan Driver down there at mid-off. He's come in from Thailand, also from Thailand, Simon Philbrook. He opened the batting with Warren Miller, who's come in from KL, Malaysia. Jeremy O'Neill and Jack Matten from Singapore to join some KCC members who are also MCC members. Putting together the MCC XI, who will play again on Sunday right here at KCC, again from 10 a.m. That will be against a Hong Kong 11, made up of some great names as well. Ah, that's been crunched again, too short, and Devang loves that one. He missed the tree this time, and just smashes it into the concrete as well. Neil Lungani down there with his camera, does the fielding as it bounces off the rock wall. Very strong on that leg side. So Fuller this time, back live, gets one to zip through outside off. Finishes off the over, just that maximum coming from it. 18 done, KCC 76 for 3. I got a preview of the Hong Kong 11 side that is playing against MCC on Sunday. Some big names. I'm just going to see if I can find where that list is. I do remember Jason Loy's playing. Siegfried Way is playing. I believe Marion Bibby is playing. He's listed on the 13, might not be playing. I've heard Mariam is not in town, so she won't be playing. She was the one that I'm thinking of was on the list. Popped up over the infield, down to the ropes for another boundary to Devang. Is that Devang or Hamza on that stage? Hamza gets his first boundary. Moves to 6. He's got all those fielders in close around him. Tom Ingram taking evasive action. This time watches it down. Oh, that was close to the outstretched arms of Tom Ingram. Didn't have to take evasive action this time. Almost snaffled it up. I also see playing on Sunday, Jamie Atkinson will be captain for the Hong Kong 11. Oh, that one came back the other way. Mixing it up. Hamza survives. 4 runs coming from the over. KCC 80 for 3. Yeah, I've got a list of the team for Hong Kong 11 versus MCC. Captain Jamie Atkinson, which is really cool because his dad's in town. And also, plenty of CHK Dragons in the side. Arthur Chu, Addy Lee, who doesn't play for the Dragons, with Siegfried Wade both playing up at HKCC. Jason Loy going to wicket keep. Kerry Chan's going to play. All to be confirmed. We'll find out Sunday. That's very nicely played off the toes. That's another boundary to Devang. Just whipped it through mid-wicket cow corner along the ground. Picking up where he would left off on Saturday, not out. Moves to 17. Get that for some timing. Some resistance from KCC in the form of Devang Balsara, and then Nigel gets one to zip straight through and almost catch the edge. Great comeback delivery from Nigel Shroff. 4.2 overs. 2 maidens, none for 17 so far. He wound up on that one. Can't beat mid-off though. It's a shame. Sweetly timed. Came off the middle, but good fielding at mid-off. One of the imports. That one's whipped away on the leg side. No one's stopping that one. Racing down towards the white Mercedes. Might have just missed it. 4 runs again to Devang, moving to 21. 2 boundaries this over. Pushing his score along. It has gone under. Just in front of the white Mercedes. The way Devang's been hitting those 6s that way, that is, again, not where I'd be parking my white Mercedes. I mean, if you've got a Mercedes, obviously got enough money to replace the Mercedes more likely, but don't blame Devang if you need a new windshield. Shroff again. Balsara, he's hit it through the leg side again. This one through mid-wicket, and another 4, this time near Neil again with his camera. He's packed the camera away, actually. He's sitting down there watching and doing a lot of fielding at the moment. He's moved his camera across, that's what he's done. It's over near the light pole. So that's it. They've decided Tom Ingram has to go stand down there on the ropes had enough of Devang smashing it through mid-wicket. So he just stands up on this one. He's got 12 runs from that over. Moved his score already up to 25. And at the end of the 20th, KCC 92 for 3, requiring another 191. There's the worm, which is good news for the black line of KCC as they're currently in front, especially on wickets. The bad news is it doesn't quite reflect what happened at the end with Tom Ingram and Jack Maiden. That was just a ridiculous final partnership. "79 off 30 deliveries was that final partnership between Jack and Tom. The other Tom Hicks, with ball in hand again. He doesn't look far away from getting another wicket here, Tom Hicks. He's causing a lot of dramas, especially to Hamza, who's on strike. It's dragonfly season. Dragonflies are all fluttering around. Staying off the pitch at the moment. There's plenty of them out there in the outfield. The catch, the inside edge, finger goes up. Hamza Jawad out for 6. The 4th wicket falls. KCC 92 for 4. Said Hicks was close to getting the breakthrough. Very, very close it ended up being. And he gets the wicket. Hamza Jawad for 6. Just popped it around the corner, straight to Tom. Finger goes up. And the 4th wicket falls. Waiting to see who's coming out at number 6. It looks like Vikash Vashwani just finishing the gloves off, and he'll come out to bat and join Devang Balsara on 25. Interesting times. We said KCC had more wickets in hand than MCC did at this point, but it's pegged back now with the 4th wicket falling. And there's Vikash Vashwani coming out to the crease at number 6. Hicks gets his 2nd. And I'm going to continue with the same field setup for Vikash. Tom in close with the helmet on. Man, that scored a century earlier today. Having to do work in the field. Eased start for Vaswani. Did ask at the drinks break, Tom, are we going to see you steaming in with that headband on? The reply was he's probably done enough today from his teammates. Oh, Tom was in a lot of danger there as a short one from Hicks gets put away. Get back for 2. A little discussion between Tom and Vikash. Maybe Tom saying, please don't hit me, but Vikash's defence. If you're going to stand there, and I get a short one, it might be coming your way again. So no changes to the field. That's better, the fuller one. Chance of the inside edge to Ingram. Finishes off, tidy over, wicket falling. 21 done. KCC 94 for 4. Shroff to continue from the pavilion end. Decent spell so far, 5 overs, I mean decent in length. It's been very nice to watch. 2 maidens, none for 25. He'd like to get his first today. He's got Devang on strike, pushes that one down leg. Dot ball. Right on the money again from Shroff. Shroff to Balsara again, nice full, chipped out behind square. We'll just get the single. Good result for Shroff. Been pretty much unplayable to most today, but Devang has taken some liking. So Shroff's bowling, smashing him for a couple of maximums through mid-wicket. Vaswani on strike now. Just if you're looking on screen, that is 2 V's together, not a W. I know 2 V's make a W, but that is for Vikash Vaswani. Tidy again from Shroff with 2 balls left. Bit shorter this time, cut away. Commentator's curse. Shroff puts it in short. Vikash snacks, smashes it through covers for 4. These are the kind of deliveries that Devang was putting over mid-wicket, short. This one too far outside off to pivot on, so crunches it through the offside instead. It's his first boundary. Bit short again, but this one's going to be hit straight to Pascoe at point, so it'll be a dot. 5 runs off the 22nd as KCC creep towards the 3-figure mark at 99 for 4. Hicks to continue into his 7th over. 6 overs so far, 2 for 29. They thought about putting Ingram in close, and then he went back to mid-wicket. Now he is going back in close. So slight delay as he comes across. Headband on, the sunnies on. Now the helmet going on. Mustache on. He's got it all going on. He's in place. Hicks is ready to get this over underway. A bit quicker and uses the wrists as Ingram again scampers out of the way. He's done himself a disservice, one would say, Tom Ingram, by taking the catch of Hamza Jawade. They know he's valuable in there. He's also in a fair bit of danger if Tom drops anything a little bit short. That one probably got away with it. It's a drag down leg. Vikash letting it slide on through to the other side. Oh, leading edge, just short of first slip. followed Vikash back as it spun back in. I don't know if Vikash was expecting it to spin that way, but it did, and followed him over the top. Middle stump almost. Nice bounce, so no danger, but bit of a surprise. That one left well outside off. One ball remaining in the 23rd. 100 brought up this over by that single from Devang. Stretches forward, keeps it to just one run coming from the 23rd, and KCC are exactly 100 for 4. Schroff to continue into his 7th over. 2 maidens, none for 30 off his first 6. Bolsara on strike, 27. Solid defence from Devang. Nice and full. Oh, it's timed beautifully though. Can pick the gap, can it? No, I think diving Ryan Driver got down on that one at mid-off. Kept it to just a single. Deserved more. But well fielded, kept it to 1. Vikash Vaswani back on strike on 6. He does a leading edge through to point. The double P of Pascoe at point. Heard a whisper perhaps Dan's going to bowl from the pavilion end, which is not something I've said very often. Pascoe from the pavilion end. The bowling club end tends to be his bread and butter. Anything can happen. That's got some really good shape away. So a ball 23.4 overs old. He eases this one behind square. Rotates the strike. Devang will face the final delivery of the 24th. Off to Bolsara. Gives him the short one. Gives him the treatment. Through cow corner for 4. 6 runs off the 24th. KCC 106 for 4. There's the Manhattan. Yeah, evenly matched, but it's that clump from 40 to 46 overs that really got MCC up to such an imposing total. 282 for 7. Ingram, Matten, huge. Does KCC have the firepower? Hicks continuing from the bowling club end. Sonny's on, bowling well, got 2 already. Comes down, was looking to put it onto the leg side, ended up on the offside. Oh, I see Dan Pascoe warming up. Just there with the towel hanging out. He's been throwing the left arm over. Does that mean we'll see a change in bowling from the pavilion end after this? Still 4 balls to find out. It's been a remarkable fight back from Tom Hicks. Went for 13 runs in his first over. And then the following 6.3, he's got 2 for 17. Make that 2 for 21. As that races away for 4. Gives Tom Ingram a little tap in the stomach. Said, sorry, had to go over your head again. No flinching this time, I think, from Tom. Just hit over the top of him. Yeah, just turned the shoulder on that one. Couldn't get out of the way. It was hit very well. Another boundary to Vikash. Oh, I think Ingram thought Vikash was about to wind up on that one and started to take evasive action, and then it sort of popped where he was. Bat on it, not sure. There was a big appeal from Carter for a catch with the gloves on. Either way, he's taken the catch, but I think it's just come off the body. Shame, it was a very nice catch. It just wasn't a wicket. End of the over, 25 done. KCC 110 for 4. And as we expected, suggested, Dan Pascoe will bowl from the pavilion end. Now, non-red ball cricket, he tends not to bowl from this end because white ball, big hitting, short boundary down to the members area in the pavilion. Red ball, he should be able to get it to grip and rip and cause some issues. It's one of the things at KCC where bowling from the pavilion end can end up being a lot more spin, but just the lack of protection on the short rope boundary means it doesn't happen too often. MCC are going to give it a go though. The Professor is going to roll the arm over for his first over of this match. Asking questions about where the field should be. They are putting one, no, not too far back. I thought they might have been pushing long mid off back to long off, but just took about 2 steps back. That's where Dan wants him. Catching on the offside now with the helmet on. Ingram. Oh. And did get a bit of turn to start with. Started on middle and off, spun it away. Pascoe in again, around the wicket. We got that to bite and jump as well. The Revs, it's hitting the turf and getting a lot more bounce than Devang's expecting. Almost coming through rib high. It's a good length. Oh, and it's out. There it is. The Professor gets the breakthrough. Pascoe gets his first. He's only bowled 3 balls, 2 dots, and then the wicket, and the big wicket of Devang. Bolsara is gone. Caught again by Tom Ingram, the man of the moment. He's in everything at the moment. KCC 11, now 110 for 5. As Farouk Saeed comes to the crease at number 7. Watch this for a delivery. Just sit back and admire that one. Used a whole lot of finger spin on that one as well. Got it to pitch. Devang's backed away, and then it's spun, and he's just tapped it to Ingram in close. He takes his second catch on the back of his wonderful century earlier today for MCC. Been quite the day out. If you missed that, go back and watch it. He was 126 not out of 83 deliveries, including 18 fours and 6 sixes in that knock. He had half the score for most of the game until Jack Matten came out and joined him and smashed a 54 off 17. Somebody for KCC might have to do that as well, because they're in a bit of bother, KCC. 110 for 5 in the 26th. Dan Pascoe does what Dan Pascoe does. Just an exceptional bowler. And now he's got Farouk Saeed on strike. Farouk Saeed. Face Pascoe's 4th delivery. Gives him a bit of a faster one there. Runs again out onto the offside. 4 dots and a big red W to start Pascoe's first over with 1 ball remaining. Shadows slowly grow. See, creeping across the batters and the umpire. Oh, and again, lucky not just to spoon that to first slip, but gets away with it. But still, a wicket maiden to Dan Pascoe and MCC. They get their 5th wicket. KCC 110 for 5. Hicks to continue. Vaswani out there now. Been out there for a while. 21. 22 deliveries now. 21. 21. Big appeal for LBW, but only Hicks was interested. Not a lot of support from behind the stumps. Fuller one. Just along the ground to mid-off. Racing through his overs. It's his 7th over in this spell. He bowled 1 over, got hit for 13, got dragged, then come back on and has been remarkable. Eighth over since he came back on. Zips through with a faster one. Stays a little low. Again, the pressure builds. Can Hicks get his 3rd? Head slowly towards the tea break. I'll find out when that is. End of this over. Zips it through for a dot. That's a maiden to Hicks. So we've had a wicket maiden and a maiden back to back for MCC, and KCC after 27 remain stuck on 110 for 5. Just got word that the tea break should be at 3:40, which would suggest it's going to be after this Dan Pascoe over. His first over, a wonderful wicket maiden from the pavilion end. He's bowling to Farouk Saeed. And he's just crunched him. No respect to the wicket maiden man and hit him straight down the ground for 6. You can see the screen shake because he's hit it straight into the side screen, which is what our camera is attached to. No earthquakes or anything. That's what happens when you hit it into the side screen with the camera on it. And pushed mid off, back a bit more, not still on the ropes. Tries to do it again, does do it again, this time on the leg side, long on, over the top, back-to-back maximums. Farouk Saeed, is he going to be the Tom Ingram / Jack Madden for the KCC side innings batting? Started well. Attacking Pascoe, not allowing him to get that grip and rip. They've floated this one a bit more, and he's just crunched that 3 covers, extra cover for 4 more.
Give yourself a view, Adam.
Back live. Full and fast, gets the dot. Might not get the wicket that way, but stems the flow of boundaries as white Mercedes man departs the ground, leaving the car nice and safe. Got lucky again. Wait, Farouk's hitting it. He is very lucky because that's gone a mile up. That's gone up near the clock tower for 6. 664.6. 22 off the over so far with 1 ball remaining. The new ball's required. That one's gone all the way up to the clock tower. Might be the 3rd ball we've lost today. Playing some big 6s with these nice hard red kookaburras. And bowled him, gets the payback, gets through. He's very happy about that. Pascoe zips it on through. Went for 22 off his first 5 deliveries of this over, but gets revenge, gets the wicket of Farouk Saeed. He gets his 2nd, and KCC lose their 6th. Big arm ball. Instead of zipping it away with the left arm off spin, got that one to cut back in. Arm ball zipping onto that leg stump. Huge wicket. And with that, I think we're going to take a tea break here at Kowloon Cricket Club with KCC 132 for 6. They require another 151 for victory. Join us after the tea break for the final session of this, the MCC 11 versus KCC 11 game from Kowloon Cricket Club. Welcome back to Kowloon Cricket Club. Aaron Bush with you. Final session coming up. The tea break. It's been done. The game evenly poised. You'd say MCC in the box seat at the moment. Big runs on the board. 282 for 7 declared. Now, just before the tea break, Dan Pascoe getting his second and the sixth of the KCC side at 132 for 6. But now, could we see some fireworks going out to the middle? The captain for KCC today, Waqas Barkat, with his big Montgomery bat. He'll be at the non-striker's end. Find out who will bowl the first over after tea. The little jumpy spider comes scurrying along our broadcast area. Please don't jump on me, jumpy spider. Oh, there's another van. Dangerous. You can see a van parked there doing some deliveries. I want to get that out of the way before Waqas gets on strike. Tom Hicks will continue from the bowling club end. Talked to him during the tea break. Said that second spell that he's bowled has been absolutely beautiful. He's bowled 9 overs so far, 1 maiden, 2 for 34. Starts with a dot. Vikash, bit of air, but finds the gap. That's going to be a boundary. Get the run chase underway for KCC after the tea break. His second 4. Late afternoon shadows. It's gone 4 o'clock already. Far away from being in full shade. And runs on the offside. Nicely played through backward point. And this will bring Waqas on strike to face his first delivery. Tom Ingram, no interest in being in it short and silly mid-on. The helmet on with Waqas out there with a huge axe. He's going to move back to the ropes and a forward square. Still moving the field. Tom coming back towards our commentary position. Backward square in place as well and closer. Gives himself some room, tries to slash it away on the offside. Keeps staring where he wanted to hit it. Got nothing on it. Might be targeting that van. Resets. So this time, just eases it pretty much where Ingram was fielding. This time gets room on the offside, doesn't have to run. Will get his first runs off the bat with a boundary. Pascoe continuing from the pavilion end, 2 wickets so far. He's in the zone. He got hit for 22 off 5 deliveries in his second over. You can see on the screen what resulted after that. full. Thoughts of a run, none there as Carter's onto it quick as the glove off. Vikash coming forward, just eases it back to Pascoe. And a wicked maiden to start with. Then Farouk Saeed came in and bashed him around for a bit, but eventually Pascoe got his man. We're back to the dot balls. Ingram in close again with the helmet on for a catch on the offside now. The left-armed Dan Pascoe. Oh, he tried to flick it away with the wrists and chopped it down into Carter's pads. Another maiden to Dan Pascoe. Bookends and over that went for 22. With the maiden so far, Hicks continuing. Big long spell, even though the tea break was involved. This will be his 11th over, 10 overs so far, 1 maiden, 2 for 43. Continuing with the slower bowlers. Gives himself some room. On the offside, more room, more runs, another boundary. Not putting anyone back on the cover boundary yet for Wakas. Continuing with Ingram down near the broadcast centre. Forward deep square leg. And now they will rotate the change. Cover going back. So he goes straight this time, over the top of everyone. Long boundary, probably won't clear the ropes. Doesn't, but makes it all the way to the ropes anyway for another 4. Tries more runs, but none happening on that side. And good fight back from Hicks with a couple of dot balls. This time up in the air, should be a wicket, getting underneath it, takes the catch, and a very short cameo from the captain. Wakas Barkard comes to an end. He's out for 12, and another wicket falls. The 7th for KCC on 149. Nigel Shroff there with the catch. Wakas knew the second he'd hit it, that one was not going to make the ropes, and he heads back to the dugout with his team. Only 3 wickets in hand. Roy Lamsam coming to the crease now at number 9. Might be an early shower for everyone, with MCC well on top now. Still 134 required. Just the 3 wickets in hand. Wakas might have been the man to do it, but he's now gone. It's up to Vikash and Roy to combine for some runs and some respectability for Kowloon Cricket Club against MCC. It's a star-studded lineup for MCC today, and will be again on Sunday when they take on the Hong Kong 11. Hicks gets his third after going for 8 at the beginning of the over. Fight back has been brilliant again from Tom Hicks. Most wickets of anyone today. And Lamsam has to survive the final delivery of Hicks's 11th. He does. He drops it down just in front of Ingram, gets through his legs, but no damage done. Dot ball. Another successful over for MCC. It's the MCC outmatch against Kowloon Cricket Club 11. After 31, KCC 149 for 7. The van has gone, survived the Wakas Bakat innings. There's the run rate still on target. It's just the lack of wickets in hand at the moment for KCC. Will be causing some issues. Oh, that was awfully close to being a wicket for Pascoe. Was it just me oohing there? Everybody out on the field for MCC as well. Goes to go for the sweep. That's very, very close. Oh, Pascoe might be a little unlucky there. Looked like it hit him in line. Go to the replay. Very, very close. That's one, he survives. Pascoe continuing with his dots. Trying to get out of the way of that one a little bit and give himself some room. Followed him in. Could be that arm ball. And he got the wicket of Farouk Saeed with the seamer, the in-seamer. And still not overly impressed with that LBW decision, but back to his mark. Oh, caught and bowled. Yes, it is. It's carried. Doesn't matter if he doesn't get the LBW. Does it himself. Caught and bowled. And Pascoe gets his third. KCC lose their 8th. They're 149 for 8. Very good piece of fielding off his own bowling here from Pascoe. Bit of bottom hand and pops it up. Look at that. Down on the toes. Jumping forward. Gets his hands underneath it. Gets the wicket. And KCC in all sorts of trouble as Matt Chappell comes to the crease at number 10. Discussions out in the middle for the MCC players. This game heading towards an MCC victory. The baggy blues of the MCC side. Pascoe still with 2 balls remaining in his 4th over. He's already got 3, so both Hicks and Pascoe with 3 apiece. One wicket to Driver and 1 to Jack Matten. The spinners have done the job. Look at the catching positions. Half the MCC side seems to be on screen. As Chappell needs to survive. A couple of Pascoe deliveries. Chappell's going to get off the mark. Ruin a wicket maiden for Pascoe. All the catching positions. Adam Caddy. That single from Chappell brings up the 150 for KCC. Adam Caddy coming in from London there on the left of screen. His brother just lurking off screen in another catching position. So many catching positions. And a couple of helmets required. 3, including the keeper. Roy Lamsup on strike. Yet to get off the mark. Close, half appeal. Cutting back in. End of the over, just the one coming from it, plus a wicket. After 32, KCC 150 for 8, requiring another 133 for victory. Tom Hicks is going to have a break from the bowling club end, and Nigel Schroff's going to switch ends. They haven't used too many bowlers. They've only used 5 bowlers, MCC, in the 32 overs so far. That's all they've required. Everyone apart from Nigel's got a wicket. Maybe this is Nigel's turn. He's bowled 7 overs, 2 maidens, none for 36 so far. One and one bounce, chance of a run out, gone. Another wicket falls. Good glove work from Carter. Good throw in from Ingram. And that's the end of Matt Chappell. Out for 1. The 9th wicket falls for KCC. They're 150 for 9. It was 1 and 1 bounce from Ingram. Tosses it in. Chappell can't get back in time. It's set to come in at number 11 for KCC. There goes Eddie. Slow long walk out at number 11 with his team still 133 runs away from victory. Eddie G out to the middle. Had a good day with the ball. Got himself 2 wickets in his 9 over spell. Now he's the last man standing. And Nigel does. Well, he didn't get the wicket, but he got a wicket off his over. He'd like a wicket. He's the only one in the 5 bowlers for MCC yet to get a wicket. He's bowled beautifully. Sometimes too good to even get a wicket. Maybe Eddie is your man. You can get Nigel. Finish this first MCC outmatch off. Oh, that one got through. That was awfully close to the top of off stump. Channeling my MCC there by being understated, because that was incredibly close. Getting it to zip through, coming in from the bowling club end. Bat on ball this time. Man of the moment, man in everything, Tom Ingram. 2 catches so far, a run out, 126 not out. And I'm being told he's warming up as well. Don't tell me you can take the final wicket. Eddie will need to survive this final delivery coming up from Nigel Shroff if Tom is to get a bowl. Be a deserving end to the game. Man that's dominated both innings. Right on the toes. Can't get through the gate. Nigel's still looking for his first wicket. And as you can see on screen, both the headband, surely the headband goes back on. He's just taking the hat off. The headband will go back on. And Tom Ingram will bowl his first over from the pavilion end for MCC. Right, here we go. Tom Ingram, headband on, century maker, catch maker, run out maker, bowler. Oh, very close to being a wicket taker as well. For those joining us and seeing Tom Ingram bowl for the first time for MCC, this is not how he normally bowls. The headband is on so he can come steaming in with these medium paces. But he's decided, I'm going to bowl some off spin. He's getting a fair bit of purchase. It's tough being so multi-talented. We saw Wakas, the slow bowler, bowling medium pace today, and we've got the reverse. There it is. Ripping the fingers over there, getting a bit of turn. How many we got on screen in catching positions now? 1, 2, 3, 4, keepers 5 plus 6 at silly mid-on. And that's just what's on screen. There's more. And so that's swatted, and that's going to be 4, is it? I believe so. I've lost sight of it, but I think that's gone straight for 4. Umpire Robinson agrees. Roy gets off the mark. His first runs. Full, went through the hands almost of Ingram. It's a full one, chops away behind point. Ash Caddy this time doing the fielding. Easier to note, he's the left armour. His brother's right, who's now got the ball in hand. End of the over, 5 coming from it. 34 done. KCC 155 for 9, needing 128 for victory. Going to need an 133 run partnership, KCC, to bring this one home. Tall order. Not impossible, but pretty close. Nigel Shroff to bowl his 9th over from the bowling club end. Full, driven nicely, no run taken. Eddie wanted one, Roy did not. Leading edge to gully, no run. That looks like Ash Caddy waving at our cameras, but in fact I believe he's waving at his daughter. We'll just think he's waving at the camera instead. Nigel still trying to find a way to get that wicket. Get his first wicket. Deserves a wicket. So far, only pretty rock solid. Some tired lads out there today now. 34.3 overs. We did 45.5 in the first innings. Been very warm. Fortunately not overly humid. We've pushed up to the 80 over mark. Plenty of time left for KCC if they want to chase this down. 20 more overs from now available, and that's going to go for 4, so that's going to help. Roy's just hit the full one. Straight through forward square leg for a boundary. Tom Ingram just pointing it and saying, I'll get it, and he will, because I'm attached to the broadcast centre and I can't get up and pick the ball up. I know there's some tired legs, especially his, with his 126 not out, but got to go get the ball, Tom. Back live. But again, this dropped onto the leg side from Roy. And that's the end of the over. 5 dots and a boundary. Moves KCC to 159 for 9. 124 away from victory. Ingram, who just gave me a bit of cheek, a bit of lip for not picking up the ball that went for 4. He's got ball in hand. Have to say he's player of the match. I'm not sure we're doing player of the matches, but it's been a player of the match performance. This comes off the thigh pad of Eddie. He's yet to get off the mark. Ready and waiting, trying to get a catch. A nice bat on ball there. Friday afternoon peak hour traffic in the background, lots of horns. Left alone, shouldered arms, flying through this over. 4 dots. Last 2 balls of his previous over went for a 4 and a 1. Let's see what happens here. Gets a full one, gets through. Oh, it almost came back in, spun towards the off stump. Travelled through outside off, so Che survives. That's a faster one. Just got to Bit of bat on that one, I think, as he pushed it round the side. It does, and Eddie gets off the mark. Will retain strike, 36 done. KCC 160 for 9. And the worm, it's not going the right way for the team with the black line, because as we previously mentioned, the Ingram Matten innings then started to fire along. It's been signalled into the final hour of this match. Will it go that long? Can KCC grind it out? Find out. Nigel Schroff will continue from the bowling club end. Bowling to Eddie Tse. Wrapped on the pads. Crowd appeal for LBW, basically. Cut away behind point by Eddie. He's got runs in this one. Could go all the way to the ropes for 4 and does. Got his first run last over and now he's got his first boundary. Plenty of starts today for KCC. 6 players getting into double figures, but nobody making the half-century mark. Schroff comes in again, and Eddie defends. School's over here at KCC. Plenty of kids heading in towards the swimming pool pavilion, going for a late afternoon dip on a warm April day. No such luck for the broadcast team. And more, Eddie sticks it out there onto his 16th delivery. The more confident, coming off the middle nicely.
Good luck with your game.
Some kids coming through the sight screen there. Wasn't a 4 or a 6 like before, shuddering the screen. .37 overs done, KCC 164 for 9. Creeping towards the runs required. They need another 119. Some tired bodies out there, which may be in Roy and Eddie's favour with the bat in hand. 37 overs in the field in the late afternoon sun as Tom Ingram continues from the pavilion end. And he's going to get a single through square leg. Oh, Eddie didn't know much about that one. Thought it was on the offside. Went on the leg side. Get a single out of it. Or a leg by. Bat on that one. Really didn't know much about it. Hit straight back to Tom this time for a dot. They're going to get an easy single onto the leg side as there's no one there at mid-on. Talk about tired bodies. Tom Ingram, he faced 83 deliveries. He's out there for basically double that. Now he's been out there for 37, almost 38 overs, and now is bowling as well. He could be the tiredest of the tired. He finishes it off with a tidy over, 3 runs coming from it. KCC after 38, 167 for 9. Inside the last hour we are. Have to be an accelerated run rate for KCC to get there. Perhaps 10 or 11 more overs remaining. Shroff will continue to try to find that wicket that he so desperately wants. There. Bowling rotation. He's hit that nicely. Driven straight. Roy's not even bothering to run as it races down to the side screen for 4. He did go a little bit, thinking it might have pulled up, but shouldn't have worried. Nice fast dry outfield with sunshine all day. The red kookaburra went racing away. We're always up to 15 now. Very handy knock. Just tried to do it again. Back live, but this time might have got hands on it. Nigel getting down. Cut the speed off. Squares up and just back to the bowler for a dot again. He's liking pushing it forward, but they've tightened up mid-on and mid-off. Lamsum struggling to find the runs going straight. He's decided he's going to try to go the scoop. Just questions of whether there was bat on it, and square leg said yes, bat on it. So 4 runs. An odd question to square leg. There's a discussion. Oh, it's very hard to tell from that angle. Quick discussion between Carter and Lamson, but it goes on to Roy's score. His 4th boundary in the books. And that's, oh, it's hit in the air, but finds the gap. I don't think that's going to get cut off in the end. Down into the training sheds for another boundary. 3 off it. 3 boundaries, that is. 12 runs off the 39th, and KCC move along to 179 for 9. Just 104 away from victory. Is there a sniff with the tired bodies of MCC? Been out in the sunshine for a long time. Most of the players aren't far away from getting some respite in the shade. You can see the shadows long from the buildings. A few patches of sun still getting around. Still a long way away from shading our commentary position. Dan Pascoe going in, catching in tight. Then putting hat down the back. As Ingram continues. Full one to Eddie. Found a gap. That's going to be another boundary. And all of a sudden, the KCC just needs 100 for victory.
I remember the cockroach in the fire alarm.
Over pitch there from Ingram. Head went back. He's going to mix it up now, go round the wicket. Another full one. Work to do on the leg side. We'll get cut off, keep it to a single. I think Roy was trying to put that one behind square. And gets another single out to mid-wicket. Oh, that's over waist height. That's a no ball. Nobody was expecting that one. Fast. I told you that Ingram is a medium pacer. That one he ripped with the arms and let fly. Too fast for Eddie, and it's copped Carter on the body, I think, on the arm. Trying to get out of the way, to be honest. Oh, tried to flick it away and just flicked it up in the air on behind point. Calls of catch it. Another one through. Tech comes forward. Should be the final delivery of the 40th is. Handy runs coming again. 7 off the over. 40 done. KCC 186 for 9. Needing 97. This partnership up to 36. Handy little last man stand. Last men's stand. 10th wicket stand between Roy Lamsam and Eddie Che. And Nigel is going to have a rest from the bowling club and Tom Hicks back into the attack. Hicks has bowled 11 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 51. Both him and Nigel Schroff both with 11, so this will mean Tom has bowled the most overs for the MCC side today. Most overs bowled in total, 12 by Wakas Barkat from KCC in the first innings. And a nice little flick around. The reverse on that one. Roy didn't get all of it. Popped up and found the gap for a single. And he back on strike on 11. Not sure what happened there. Was Tom going the Mancat? Pulled out of the ball. And Roy back in his crease. Otherwise it just slipped out. But reset. Oh, nice. Floating full one. Eddie having to keep that back foot down. shorter, a little faster from Hicks. Pascoe in close on the offside, flicks it back to Hicks, racking up the dots, getting through the overs quickly. Some excitement, but pad only. Final delivery of the 41st, and it is also a dot. One run coming from the 41st. KCC 187 for 9, needing 96 more. MCC pulling the trigger on their equal highest wicket taker for the day today. Dan Pascoe with the left arm back in from the pavilion end. Roy coming forward, then quickly getting the bat out of the way. Just need to watch if he does that, the ball that comes back in. Forward, inside edges it onto the pad, goes forward, another dot. Gets the floater that gets through. Feel like something has to give here. Is Roy going to attack like Farouk Saeed did? Is Pascoe going to get his fourth? Short and faster, a bit too short. Relieves the pressure on Roy Lamsam. Get it straight to mid-wicket though, so only the single. And Eddie Chow will face the final two deliveries of Pascoe's fifth. He wanted a single. Farouk was onto that. Oh, not Farouk, sorry. Nigel was onto that one quickly. And survives the final two deliveries of the 42nd. KCC 188 for 9. Hicks to continue. Arms up. Attacks. Gets 4 more. Get ever closer towards the runs required. Armsar moves to 30 off 31. KCC need 91. Said long ago it wasn't impossible, but pretty close. Anything's possible if Roy stays out there, and obviously if either stay out there, if there's a wicket, the game is over. At the moment, these two for the 10th wicket for KCC. Tormenting the MCC players a little. Get this game over and done with. Good comeback ball from Tom. This will mean, what does now officially mean, that Tom Hicks has bowled the most overs of anyone today, surpassing Waqas Barkat. Swept away nicely, that'll be 4 more. Boundary dot boundary for Roy Lamsam. He moves to 34 and KCC head towards the 200 mark. This partnership is now just 1 boundary away from reaching 50. Nice stroke this one from Roy. He watched it onto the bat beautifully. Well, you watch that, I'll call live as Tom is in again, and Roy's gone the reverse, and I think he's reversed it into Tom Ingram. Got him on, didn't get all of it, so it's just sort of, yeah, he's just pointing out. Got me there, bit of a boo-boo. Stopped the ball. Got a dot. That one's crunched in the air, straight to Pascoe. Catch is taken. Game is over. MCC are victors in the first match of the MCC out matches against Kowloon Cricket Club. They're all out for 196. Tom Hicks gets the final wicket. They win by 86 runs. Tries for another boundary, but tried for a boundary too many. Catch is taken. Hicks gets another, and the game is all over. Congratulations to both sides today. MCC 11 featuring 5 or 6 players from overseas flying in, and we thank them very much for coming in and joining the MCC 11 today. Victors over KCC 11. We'll have a quick look at the batting and bowling cards. We wrap this broadcast up, and don't forget, we'll be back on Sunday for the Hong Kong 11 versus MCC 11. There's the batting card for KCC today. Plenty of starts. Top scorer Sunny Bimsaria opening the batting. 3 into the 30s, but none in the end could go on with it and get all the runs required. And in the end, all out for 196, the bowling card. There's a good bowling card for MCC. Hicks getting 4 for 60 off 12.5, and 3 for Dan Pascoe, including that final catch. 3 for 24, and singles for Driver and Matten coming in, flying in for this game for the MCC 11. Thanks for joining us on the broadcast from KCC YouTube. We'll be back Sunday morning from 10 a.m. with that final match of the MCC out matches. It will be MCC versus Hong Kong 11. Join us from 10 a.m. on Sunday.